Okay,
Hi.
wow. We're all just about here, huh? That's great.
All right, joining us.
Hey, I see Nina Saxon. Great to see you with us.
Yeah, don't forget to enter your name in the chat room, on the chat.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to broadcast. And that should allow the attendees to join. Let's see how we do here.
Good. Hey, got it. Hi, guys. I'll mute.
Okay. Let's see. Sorry, I'm just trying to let other people into the meeting here. Give me 1 second.
We need a bouncer.
Yeah, your co-host may be able to do that.
Okay.
Hey, Mark.
Just trying to get everybody into the meeting here. Good Lord, there's 21 people in chat already. Oh, that's what you're putting your names in? That's great. Thank you. That's perfect. Okay, everybody. Julian, my co-secretaries, are you guys ready to roll? Thank
Yep.
you.
Ready.
Very good. I'm going to give another couple seconds because the attendees are still filing in. Is Audrey Isaacs on our call? Sometimes she phones in.
I'm here.
Yay. Okay, that worked. Okay.
Mark, one of the comments in chat is asking someone to give an overview of how the public is meant to be participating. Will you be giving an introduction?
Sure. Glad to do that. Let's call this meeting to order. Thanks everybody for joining us. I think we've stabilized the number of people trying to get in as attendees. And let's get ourselves going because we may have a bit of an agenda tonight. So good evening. My name is Mark Diller. I'm the chair of Community Board 7. Welcome to the June 2nd meeting of CB7. Right at the top, I want to mention a couple of things. The first of which is the order of the agenda tonight, which is backwards from the way we usually do it, except for we did this in May. And that is to say that the business session will occur first, and then we will have our public comment session. During the business session, anyone in the various committee chairs who will chair that portion of the meeting will conduct the meeting to allow for public comment on the resolutions that are before us at the time. Generally speaking, the way we do that is that we have questions and comments from board members. We then hear the public, and then we have discussion and vote. So that is one opportunity for public comment on the particular resolutions that are before us as we work our way through them tonight. I will mention to everyone on the call that there was one resolution that was on the transportation agenda, which due to a crossing of wires did not end up in your materials. If you're able to look in your email right now, you'll see it. I will put it up on the screen when that time comes. This is the resolution having to do with MTA funding And as I understand it, Andrew Albert will be leading the discussion on that resolution, and we're grateful for that. There's also the public session that's probably going to start in an hour or a little more. And during the public session, there's an opportunity for members of the public to address any comment or concern that they want. Generally speaking, we limit public comment to 2 minutes, especially if there are a lot of people who put their hands up and want to be heard on any of the subjects. And with 53 members of the public attending, that may be necessary in this instance. So that's the ground rules of how we are going to operate tonight. Unless I have a question on that, I'm going to get started. And I don't see anybody. Go ahead, Rich.
Other things to mention. One is that we have a chat, and any attendee, which is a member of the public, can write in chat. Now, your message is only visible to the panelists, who are the board members and select guests. It's not visible to other community members. And that is unfortunate, but we had some trolls in previous meetings, so we had to institute that, which we regret. You also can virtually raise your hand, which is a Zoom option. If you do so, please write in chat why you are doing so we know what your message is and why to call on you. You also have the option to do Q&A, which one person has done already. And that's something that will either be addressed by Mark, the chair, or as part of the discussion. Like I see one Q&A already, which I'm going to throw to Mark, just because I assume you're going to say it should be brought up in the community session. And the question is a great one, which is, with the rise of racist incidents in our neighborhood, what can the community do to address and support our neighbors of color? So obviously a critical issue. Mark, do you want to just talk from a method standpoint of how that will be addressed?
I think, thank you, Rich. The first resolution that we're going to deal with tonight is, in effect, again, with the upside down agenda, we're going to have new business first. The Health and Human Services Committee has put together last night a resolution addressing some of the issues that this may relate to. Obviously, the issue of how to support our diverse community in an appropriate way requires more than just one meeting's conversation, and we will be addressing those issues as we go forward in the various committees to which they relate. That's the best answer I can give you right now. So with that, I am actually going to begin. I just want to have a brief introduction to the meeting. The chair's report will be part of the public session, but it would be tone deaf of me and our board to begin our meeting with respect to the business of the community board. It is appropriate that we as a community board do the work that's laid before us and deal with the issues that are our province to deal with, but we can't be, and I don't want to appear to be, blind to everything that's going on around us. Obviously, there is a curfew at 8 o'clock tonight, which if we were meeting in person would mean that we couldn't meet. There is the COVID crisis that's been going on for quite some time. And as we learn more and more about it, we learn that it affects different members of our community in different ways. There is, of course, the viral incident happening in Central Park. There is, and of course, the gigantic issue of the murder of Mr. Floyd in Minnesota and the unrest that has generated. I don't have wisdom for you. But what I do request that we do is to take a moment of silence to observe and to properly observe the solemnity of this moment that we find ourselves in history, and to recognize the losses that have been visited upon our community and our nation at this time. So I ask you to please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Perhaps in keeping with the spirit of that moment, I'm going to call on the HHS committee, which, while they were not able to meet as a committee because they were responding in a heartbeat to events over the weekend and unfolding during the day yesterday, they managed to put together a resolution, which when you're ready, I will call up onto the screen so you can all see it. And address certain issues. Shelley, do you want to be the one to take this? And I don't see where Shelley is. Is Shelley
Yes.
with us?
I'm here.
There you go. Okay, you're on
And
page 2.
I'm going to have Robert join me.
Very good. Robert, are you unmuted?
I'm good. I hear everybody. Can you
Very
hear
good.
me?
Shelley, shall I put up the resolution?
If you like, have people, everyone seen it?
Well, the audience has not,
Oh,
right?
the audience is not. Please do. Please do.
There you go.
Okay, this is the resolution from the HHS committee on the horrific murder of George Floyd. Our community is saddened and sickened by the horrific murder of George Floyd by police officers in Minneapolis. We acknowledge that in New York City and around the country, we continue to experience incident after incident in which police have engaged in the use of excessive force against members of the Black community. We stand in solidarity with our Black brothers and sisters to demand justice for George Floyd.
We applaud the police officers who have acted with restraint and in support of peace and justice, and those who stood in solidarity with protesters by taking the knee during the protests. And I'll add a note after Shelley, if I may, when we finish reading this.
Please. Therefore,
Therefore, it is resolved that CB7 calls upon Attorney General of the United States to move expeditiously to ensure the prosecution of every officer present at the murder of George Floyd to the fullest extent of the law.
be it further resolved that CB7 condemns all acts of police brutality and calls upon our mayor and police commissioner to take action to ensure that all police activity in apprehending citizens in the line of duty is commensurate with the actions or offenses of citizens they are apprehending. This would reflect the NYPD's mission, quote, to enhance the quality of life in New York City by working in partnership with the community to enforce the law, preserve peace, protect people, reduce fear, and maintain order.
And Shelley and Mark, if I may, I just want to add a comment that the timeliness of this in this awful, awful situation is critical, because my position has been, and we share this in the form of this resolution, that what we have to do is support that element. There is an element in the policing, maybe worldwide, but certainly in our personal experiences, that is very dark and that is murderous. Now we see homicidal, but there's an element in this that we have to connect with, and this is an opportunity where we connect it, to have that top commander take the knee and have his fellow officers follow suit and have this replicated in different parts of the country where the police are taking the knee. Now we have to understand this is at great risk because they belong to this blue club. Could be endangering their welfare, certainly their jobs and their promotion and their movement, rising in the police industry, business, and that we should come out with this support for them, and that the immediate commands that we work with, the 2-4 and the 2-0, where we've been intimately involved in different activities, Shelley, you and I, Mark, and others, I think is so key, so important that we make clear that we see them and that we're working, we're locking arms with them in dealing with this whole situation, that they get it, they see it. And I just wanted to add that personal footnote on there.
Thank you. Okay,
Thank you, Shelley.
Shelley, I see Ethel has her hand physically raised.
okay, please, Ethel.
amendable resolution. And that is, why do you state that the Attorney General of the United States should engage in the indictment? The responsibility is with the state of Minnesota. And that's what's supposed to be happening. So why do you have that? That's incorrect. I
Okay.
believe, unless someone tells me something is happening.
May I make a comment on that also, Shelley?
Please, yeah, if I may just suggest, it's not comments. I'm simply asking questions and to state this correctly. And unless you tell me differently, I don't think that's correct. But
Okay.
please let me know.
So of course, local officials, they are responsible. But what happens traditionally is this type of situation goes on for years. This requires FBI investigation and Attorney General involvement in order to make sure that something is done. We will have or else we'll have an Eric Gardner situation going on for 5 years. This is a crisis of racism that's national, that's pervasive, that's dangerous, that's painful. And at this point, we're calling upon the Attorney General to get involved and to make sure things are done right. Now, you're right technically that initially the charging, the arrest, everything, and the prosecution should take place there. The traditional thing is it takes forever and nothing gets done. There are exceptions. And
Well, the U.S.
I really
Attorney
disagree
General,
with that. I don't understand. I mean, there is the other side of the coin now is that the president is trying to vitiate the states and go ahead and take over completely. I know what you're saying about the Attorney General, but to not bring in the fact that the state of Minnesota, and there is the authority, there's the correct way, you can add this other thing, but the state has a responsibility that is critical, as well as the federal authority. But really, the state has its own, the structure and the jurisdiction, as that should not be eliminated or forgotten. You may want to say more about the need that this is a national question, but I think if you're doing it, you should at least state that the state has its process and they need to go forward expeditiously.
Shelley, there are a couple of hands raised.
Sure.
Physically, Richard and Louisa.
And Louisa,
and then
I see both in that order. Thank you.
Shelley, it's really a terrific resolution. I have two comments or problems with it. First, I agree with Ethel to the extent that we don't want to eliminate any reference to local prosecutors.
Exactly.
We can cure that, I suppose, by saying any prosecutorial agency with jurisdiction should move forward. I'm not sure I would trust the U.S. Attorney's Office to handle this, and I think we should just, if we want to say something about it, just any prosecutor with jurisdiction should go forward. The second issue I have, and I haven't been on the ground there, so I can't say from firsthand knowledge, but I've heard reports that there have been police who have not behaved well. And I think it is probably a mistake not to balance that paragraph by saying that we commend the vast majority of officers who have shown discipline, et cetera, and we call upon the police department to look into those few instances where the police appeared to have overstepped, something like that.
don't we say that, Richard? Don't we say that in applauding?
Can you put it up again?
Can you hear me, Richard?
Yeah, Ken, I didn't see it in that paragraph about police in New
Well,
York.
let's pull it up again because we applaud the
Yeah,
police
right.
that have shown restraint.
Okay,
And we highlight the top commander. He had a very high rank that took a knee in support of the protesters. And then, of course, in the subsequent paragraph, therefore, we want the ones that have been have shown loss of control to be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. But we applaud that element that is showing restraint and supporting the protesters. So we recognize those, and I said around the country that are taking a position that we like. Have a read again and let's see if we, let's see.
I have read it again, and I still think that in the paragraph in which we applaud the police, we should also say something about it's at least say that we applaud the vast majority of police officers, and just so that people don't get the impression that we think the police got an A+ on this test, because I don't think they did.
I'm not getting your point because I see the resolution.
Here's the paragraph
We're going to
that I'm
proceed.
focusing on. We
No,
applaud the police officers who have acted with restraint and in support of peace and justice, and those who stood in solidarity with the protesters. I think we ought to follow that immediately with some comment about that we know that there were instances where the police appeared to have gotten out of hand.
If I may, can I just on this, there's 2 points that we could really support this excellent resolution. There are 2 points that I think are being made here, and we should then, I think as much as possible, go forward, though of course others should speak. The first is factual, and I do believe the point that I made initially about accuracy and about the need to, the jurisdiction and the need to hold the state responsible. It's not a question of whether in other examples they've taken a long time. We have to say this is what the state has to do. They are capable of doing it. And Minnesota has to do it, and don't go to the Attorney General except as an addition. The last point, the second point, I'm sorry, is to at least state, which I know, Robert, you've been doing this, but I would say that police misconduct and procedure, which is more widespread than it should be, or something like that, in a democracy and in a responsible, and then just add the majority of the police may be doing the right thing. I would never use the word vast majority. It isn't the vast majority.
Right. Okay, Shelley, I'm good with that.
Please.
I'm good with.
You're good with that? Okay.
Richards, those 2 points.
Yeah, and I'm good with the, also with the first, the proper the jurisdictions that are responsible. No.
You're gonna do the language now?
Yeah, if I may.
Yeah, please.
If I may,
And then
I'm going to suggest, I'm going to do it right here. So Richard and others, to the extent that you want to call on local law enforcement, in addition to the Attorney General of the United States, why don't we amend the first therefore resolution to say that we call upon the Attorney General of the state of Minnesota and the Attorney General of the United States to move expeditiously.
No.
I'm not, it's hard to say that I'm not sure whether this is about all protests in all cities or whether it's only about George Floyd. But if it's meant to be only about George Floyd, that's fine. What you said is fine.
It's meant, this is about George Floyd.
Okay.
Okay, so all the more reason to say Minnesota.
And we've seen in the past that only when the Attorney General of the United States gets involved does the state do the right thing. Hopefully the Minnesota Attorney General will do the right thing. So I would take both.
Comments. Mark, is it possible for me to add a
comment? First, let Louisa speak because she was next, and then.
I have my hand up.
I'm trying to read it.
And Roberta has her hand up.
Okay, let me just say that I agree. First of all, I think it's very good and it's well put. I agree with Ethel, but I think we had to separate out the attorney generals. Uh, Ellison, the Attorney General of Minnesota, is the one who is responsible for this case. Barr is responsible for the whole country, and we have to separate that out. Barr doesn't give a crap about, prosecuting the officers who were standing over Floyd. But he does have responsibility over the whole country, and therefore I think we should separate it. With Barr, we're not going to get anywhere with. The other one we might. So to me, it's two separate paragraphs. One is the Attorney General of Minnesota, and the other one is the Attorney General of the United States.
I think you can, well,
They have different responsibilities.
they do, but they're both addressing the same issue. Who's next, Shelley?
I wanted to add a comment, if that's possible.
Not when you're saying it's the prosecution of the three other policemen. That is Ellison's job.
Yep.
I think Catherine's the co-chair of this committee and she should have a right to speak.
Absolutely.
Everybody's going to speak. Go ahead, Catherine.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. I am the co-chair of HHS, and I helped with the whole committee wrote this resolution. I just wanted to add a couple clarifying comments. One is that William Barr, according to his statement on his, according to his official statement, is conducting an investigation on this as well into possible violation of federal civil rights law. So he does have an active role in this case. So I just wanted to clarify that he's running a parallel investigation with the state. Number two, we shouldn't make any comments that in the resolution, any claims related to numbers, because we don't know numbers. So we shouldn't make any comments assuming that the majority or the minority of police officers behave in this way or the other. We should leave any words that have to do with numbers out of the resolution, because that's not something that we know. So anything such as majority or widespread, I don't think is appropriate for a resolution like that, like this, because we can't make those kind of claims. So I think the reference to, the federal and the state investigation in this are appropriate. And then I also don't think that we should make further claims related to our assumptions about numbers, about what people are doing. I also think it's really important that we hear from all different voices on this resolution. If we can hear from people that haven't spoken, so that everybody that wants to has a chance to speak about this issue. And thank you. Thank you.
All right, Shelley, where do we go next? I'm going to stop share so we can see the screens. Looks like we have Roberta with her hand up, Christian with his hand up, Bev Donahue with her hand up. That's page 1. Shelley, you want to do it in that order, maybe? Shelley, did we lose you? I see Polly, Jay, Irena on the next page. Did we lose Shelley?
So,
Why don't we?
I agree with the changes that have been made so far.
Thanks, Roberta. I'm going to jump in the absence of Shelley and call on Christian.
Well, the comments I was going to make have already been covered, but I think that this is beginning to evolve a little bit into chaos the way we're handling this. I think we all should know how to use the raise hand option on participants so that we can do this in an orderly fashion, because raising the hand physically is just not as reliable. Thank you.
Thanks, Christian. I'm not sure. I'm not sure where I was next. So let's go.
Hold on, Bev next.
Was Bev next? Okay, thank you.
I'll talk to you about my email I sent out earlier today. And
I'm sorry, I'm calling on Bev Donahue, please.
Hello.
Everybody else, please mute.
Yeah, I think it's a strong resolution. I had a friendly amendment. In a way, this is both about George Floyd, Minneapolis, and New York in terms of the issue at core here. And I was wondering whether there was a sense that it would be a good thing to add a resolution supporting the repeal of 50A of the Civil Rights Act, which currently keeps the personnel records of police, fire, and corrections officers confidential, subject to no inspection without their permission. I know that the governor and the legislature are seriously considering passing legislation to repeal this provision, and it might make sense for the community board to support that initiative.
I'm sorry that I can't seem to find Shelley. Can somebody find him in the panelist list? Because that's a decision that I think Shelley and Catherine should make.
I can speak to that. I don't know about that. So my suggestion is that we look into that. Is that procedurally, is that something that we can do, Mark?
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say the same thing, that that the 50A debate has been going on for some time. It's 7 o'clock, by the way. The 50A debate has been going on for some time. And I think that that's a worthy topic for your or another committee to take up. There are actual bills in the legislature that address that. If I'm not mistaken, the representative from Danny O'Donnell's office will join us later today and talk about that. So I think that is fodder for a further resolution rather than in addition to this one.
Okay.
That's just my view.
Robert has his hand raised.
So go ahead, Robert.
Yeah, I just want to agree with Catherine and Mark on this, because the resolution is to the point and very clear and very strong. And if we encumber it with some of the other legislative issues, then we lose the impact we lose the force of the resolution itself. It doesn't go away, but it gets buried in a legislative process the way other things would. So I just as soon let it alone and get it out. And then, as you suggest, in committee, we could revisit that and draw another resolution and have become part of the ongoing discussion.
Great, thank you.
With our local leaders, but this resolution is complete.
Thank you, Robert. I see Polly with her hand up and Jay on this page, and then I'll go to the next page. Oh, I'm sorry, and I think Rich Robbins, who can't raise his hand virtually, and then we'll go to the next page. Go ahead.
Okay, so what I wanted to say, first of all, is I want to commend the members of the committee for an excellent resolution. You covered every aspect in regard to the horrendous murder of George Floyd, because you said in your resolution, this is for George Floyd, okay? So it is my position that the resolution as written, okay, is complete. I don't think that a resolution should be so extremely lengthy, because you want to get the message across. Right. Basically, in regard to letting it stand that not all police officers are bad. Okay, we have some rotten apples. So I love that section where you stated, and made that very clear. Especially the section about the United States Attorney General. That's important because this is, going nationally as well. Is my understanding that state legislators, as we speak, are working on laws to address the situation. One thing I wanted to speak to is the situation that happened in Central Park. False accusations, is very dangerous, because I said to myself, if this happened to the person who basically is in charge of the park, the commissioner himself, it could have been him. And, he could have been falsely accused as a Black man and as an African-American, just asking someone a simple question to obey the law, what if, okay? I've always felt like the Upper West Side, was a place where everyone felt welcome. And, I didn't understand the, why this person, for whatever reason, maybe they just moved here, I don't know, but I always felt like on the Upper West Side, we all respected each other, regardless of our background, ethnicity, religion, etc. Okay, so I was surprised to see that this happened in our own backyard, okay? So I think a message also needs to be put out there from the board, okay, that we support whatever legislation that the state is putting in place to address situations where people are falsely accused of hurting someone when they're not. I know it's on the books, but a message needs to be sent that that's not acceptable here on the Upper West Side or anywhere for that matter, okay? Because it just reminded me of Emmett Till when he was falsely accused of doing something, and look what happened to him. So we really need to take this serious and not just sweep it under the rug and just gloss over it. Yes, the situation with George Floyd is terrible, but here we're in New York City, which in my opinion, I always thought was quite liberal, okay, when it came to, you know, respecting each other and not just assuming because you're Black that you're going to commit a crime or you're going to hurt someone, and that's code red for trouble, you know. So for me, I'm appalled at that, and I hope at some point we as a board address that as well.
And we will.
Yeah, Shelley, in your absence, I think we lost you for a minute there.
Yeah.
The next two that we're going to call on is Jay and Rich Robbins, and then I'll feed you the rest if that's okay.
Come together. Great. Thank you.
So Jay, you're up next.
Just quickly, Catherine actually mentioned what I was going to mention about the U.S. Attorney General and the Minnesota Attorney General. There's a concurrent jurisdiction in these things. Murder, homicide is a local crime. Violations of civil rights are where the Attorney General comes in. So I think it's appropriate to call on both. Historically, what has happened in these cases is typically the U.S. Attorney General waits until there's a resolution in state court. Typically, if there's a conviction, then they don't proceed with the federal case. If there's an acquittal, then they look further into a civil rights violation. But it is appropriate to mention both. My second point is I think we should just add a few words to the paragraph where we're applauding the police, that we also applaud those protesters who have acted in a peaceful and civil manner.
Varying crazy times, period.
Accepted.
Okay, next one was Rich Robbins.
Yeah, just two quick comments that I typed in chat, but not sure who saw them. Number one is calling on either the US or the Minnesota AG is symbolic. So I don't think we have to worry about the wordsmithing of that because it's going to have no practical impact. I think it's important that we include it for the symbolic impact of it, but I don't think we should spend time on it. Number two is we should spend time on things that might have an impact in New York City. And one that I think specifically we should do is very small, but we should call on the mayor and the police to de-escalate the violence. And that's a message, I guess, a friendly amendment that I think is really important, that they need to be toning things down, and that's not something we've seen happening.
I'm not sure what form that takes. Shelley?
Okay, we were thinking of going off in that direction, and there's a place for it, but it is the violence as we see it is not being done and hopefully not in the name of George Floyd or and most of the violence from all reports are from outside groups and so on. So it's a little tricky to put in here, but certainly certainly important. Not sure if we should put it in this resolution.
All right.
I agree with Shelley.
Thank you. The additional hands I see are Paige Cowley and Irena Stennett. Shelley, is that?
Paige and Irena, in that order. Paige, unmute yourself. Okay.
Here I am.
Oh, there you are.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna throw a little water on this note. I take a very different view than writing a resolution. A resolution is governmental. It's very businesslike. And sorry, Nick, can you get the dog, please? Sorry. it just, to me, sends the wrong tone of this in format of can't be really addressed in a resolution. I mean, we don't have the power, suggestions, or anything. And I don't know, maybe this time, after so many brutal things that have happened to Black and brown people, it turns my stomach. And I think it should be a letter, because the man died at the hand of police brutality in front of America. No, I don't recall anything apart from the assassination of Martin Luther King, another death that was filmed up close and impersonal. Has America been so touched? And I would prefer that this letter be softer, not our normal demands, but trying to give condolence to the family at a time of profound grief, that this should never again happen to any one of a person of color who's an American, and say that change is needed, and CB7 wants to stand up and be part of the change, be far more positive from the local level upward. I think a resolution is fine, but I think it doesn't hold the personal touch of how this has impacted everyone. My husband's British, and he's sitting there in front of the television, amazed at the numbers of people in Boston, Fort Lauderdale, what's happened to New York. I drove around the city today. I was appalled. I mean, we're ripping apart at the seams, and this resolution just seems just like another piece of business. And I also think that everyone should sign this letter. This has to be about people and people caring about others. So I think the language is great, but I think that comes second, or maybe in a more business-like tone. But I think right now we need to show brotherhood, sisterhood, compassion, and find a new way, because these letters, I just feel that our resolution is just going to be put aside. Oh yeah, they don't like it, and I don't know. It's my personal point of view, because I think I'm just sickened by being an American myself as a result. So those are my initial thoughts. I only read this about 10 minutes before the meeting, so apologies to all of you on the committee who obviously have labored hard, but this is how I feel about this.
Okay.
Over to somebody else now.
Urania?
Thank you. I would like, firstly, to say how honored I am to be on the board and to see old friends like Richard and Barbara and Ethel and Clary. It's been a long, long time. I want to go back to Louise's comment and want to suggest that perhaps there is a second or third paragraph, I'm not sure, that deals specifically with the Justice Department's investigation, and maybe that's where you move the US Attorney General, so that there is one paragraph that is specifically about the Attorney General of Minneapolis, or Minnesota, excuse me, and then there's a second paragraph or third that deals with the Justice Department investigation. And that's where you put the reference to Barr. And that's if we continue with the resolution as a, I think either way, whether we adopt Paige's recommendation or not, I'm just suggesting that the reference to the United States Attorney General would be a separate paragraph, and that we've referenced the Justice Department's investigation. And I also want to say hello to Shelley.
Hi, Urania, and thank you. I think we can break it up into two pieces. I think it makes a lot of sense. Okay, if people will trust our wording and we'll use the recording, make sure. Okay, is there anyone else who would like to speak? I can't see everybody.
I think Irena was the last on our of our board members. There are two attendees who have their hands up. Let me see who they are.
I'd
Andrew.
like to say something. This is Doug Kleiman.
Hey, Doug.
I just want us to, and as a white male, I feel that it is somewhat inappropriate for me to opine as much as I want to hear from people of color. But I just keep thinking about the words of Dr. King, and I think about what would Dr. King do? What would he say? What would he want? How would he write this letter? And simply put, I would like us to emphasize that all nonviolent protests should be supported. All violence should be condemned. And by the way, this is absolutely about Mr. Floyd and the overwhelming horror that has been befallen for hundreds of years on people of color. But I think we would be remiss to not say that we should be condemning violence to the police officers and other people that are innocent and are supportive and took a knee. So we condemn all violence. We support all nonviolent protests. And that's just what I wanted to say. I think everything else, I like the resolution quite a bit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Shelley, what do you want to, Shelley and Catherine?
Okay, I think, and Catherine, I'm looking for our agreement that we will have two paragraphs, one calling upon the Attorney General of Minnesota to expedite the expedite the process of justice here, and the Justice Department through the Attorney General to pursue civil rights violations here and what is in their purview. I'm losing my thought. What was the other area that we were modifying? I think we can include condemning all violent actions and supporting all nonviolent protests. And again, I'm slipping on the second thing that was brought up that was important. If someone can help me out.
Which
Attorney General Barr.
Well, yeah, we got that.
No, we just crossed him out.
I'm adding the second paragraph.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You've taken, okay, yeah, so that's, I think what Mark is doing is accurate to what's happening, that there's currently a parallel investigation.
Appreciate it.
We're calling on them to expedite it.
I think we really wanted to focus on the current situation strongly, and express the feeling of our community, which I think is very important, that the community speaks out. And if we are one big voice that of the community, representing some of the diversity of the community and encouraging our community to support the thinking. The other actions, certainly writing letters, certainly people taking action to combat racism, for the board to deal with other issues locally where racism has shown its ugly head, is something we have to do ongoing. But we wanted to keep this resolution tight and focused on what's immediate and what we need to have an outcry on. So I hope people will support it.
Shelley, there was a comment, and I'm not sure if you wanted to accept it. Catherine, I'm sorry. Catherine and Shelley, there was a comment about adding something to the effect of applauding. In the paragraph where we applaud, we also applaud those who are protesting peacefully and nonviolently, or something like that.
100%.
All right.
I want to hear Robert's thoughts on that. And if anybody else in the committee has thoughts on that, I think that this this resolution isn't, our initial thought was not to focus on the protesters, but to just focus on the issue of police brutality.
Yeah,
So my vote would be to just stay focused on police brutality, and what we're calling on the police to do, and the attorney and the state attorney general not address the issue of anything related.
Excuse me, Mark, I can't raise my hand. I just want to make a comment. From what I've read, the protesters are not being violent. There's an entirely separate group that is using this situation as an excuse to be violent, loot, etc. So I think it's quite insulting if we mention our opposition to violence in the midst of this resolution, which has to do with police brutality and the sufferings of men of color or people of color.
Thank you. So Catherine and Shelley, are we done? Is this what you want to put before the board?
Robert had a comment. I just hear from Robert and Lolita.
Thank you.
It seems, Catherine, that you and I are at one tonight, because I think you make the point, but we're going to use Shelley's word. We said, keep it tight. The resolution is strong, tight, to the point. And as we keep tossing more ingredients into it, more considerations, it becomes diluted and we lose. And Audrey's brilliant underscore that this is not about the protesters. This is about the brutality of the police. And we're also identifying that element within the police that gets it and is taking a knee. Then just finally, there's an orthographic note. I wrote in that taking the knee, Doug is correct. It's taking a knee. So if you can make that orthographic correction.
Okay.
But I think we keep it the way it is, and Catherine is quite right. And thank you, Audrey, for that that brilliant underscore.
I think it's very focused and good. I would like to just pick up something from Paige.
well, could we
Can
hold
we
it?
all sign our names on it instead of just saying Community Board 7? Community Board 7, and then a list of all of our names that we are committed to this.
That's cool. I think that's great.
Okay. Well,
Numbers, it's about numbers. It's all about numbers.
We need to hear from.
Why don't we see? I want to hear from Lolita, but I want to point out, let's have the vote and we'll see whether we can have a full support of this.
Well,
But
I just want to say one thing, please. I just have a question.
Lolita, please.
Thank you. This is such a horrific incident that, you know, transpires across America all the time. It's not like this is just something that happens every now and then. I would like to know if we could extend this to all of the community boards to have them sign this as well. It would send more of a stronger message.
I think that's a great idea. I think we can do that through the borough president's office and borough board, but maybe even prior to that, send it out to the other community boards.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Great idea.
Andrew, comment. Andrew had a comment.
I think, and Andrew?
Yeah, sir, I put it in the chat. I would just suggest in the last paragraph, the two references to the word citizens is changed to persons or individuals.
I get the point. Everybody understand the point?
Great.
Yes,
It should
absolutely.
be all people who live among us.
Absolutely.
Excellent. Excellent point. Thank you. Okay. I don't see any other.
Are we not
Can you see
adding,
the
sorry,
hands?
internet problem. Are we adding a sentence
Shelley.
that just is condemning all, and that way we're not calling upon protesters or law enforcement.
Okay.
There's
with
still
that-
some hands up.
Oh, yeah,
Rob,
please.
I see Jay has his hand up. Lolita, you spoke, right? Okay. Jay has his hand up, and who else? Robert has his hand up. Robert, did you speak already?
I wanted to add a comment to.
Jay spoke already too.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond. I wanted to respond to what Catherine just said a moment ago.
Please go ahead.
I proposed adding that phrase that we applaud protesters who have acted civil and peacefully, and I did not do it in the negative, condemning protesters who are acting violently, for the point that we made that we don't know who they are, but we do know that the people that acted civilly and peacefully are protesters. And I still think we should include that phrase. And before we take a vote, we should know what language, since the two chairs seem to have disagreed on that, what language we're voting on.
I'll put it back up.
Please. I don't feel that we should be dealing with the protesters' issues. They're too complicated, and they take away from the focus of this resolution, although it's important. But not this resolution.
So I think Shelley and Catherine, where do you want to go next? I think Robert had his hands up.
Robert, would you
We
like
need to wrap this
Yeah,
up,
well,
guys. It's
I
almost
just want
7:30
to-
and
Well, I just want to reiterate my position, which is keep it tight, keep it the way it is. But with respect to the other community boards, and not so much that I guard the initiatives coming out of 7 jealously, but maybe I do. But there are 51 boards and they're all on board. They know the score as well as we do. So I don't think that we need to look for anybody to sign on to our, resolution. As a matter of fact, it would look better and stronger if we got 51 different resolutions on the same note. So I'm not in favor of that part of the procedure to get this resolution around and invited them to sign on to it. They'll see it and they may have their own introduction right now. This is an exigent matter. And whoever's taking it seriously as a community organization is on it at the moment, just as we are. So,
Robert,
I don't like that.
as history shows that when we've shared resolutions with other community boards, they rarely come out with the same resolution. When they don't want to do anything but support it, they say we support Community Board 7's resolution, but generally they come up with their own language. So I think we should share it and encourage them to opine on it. We don't have, I agree with you, they don't have to sign our resolution.
And we don't have to decide that tonight. So let's.
Exactly, it's not a part of our resolution, but thank you. Okay, we're going to wrap it up and conduct.
There are no more hands raised. So are we calling the question?
Who would like to call the question?
I'm sorry, was it?
Let's call the question.
There are attendees.
Okay. Hang on one second. On this one, we're just going to do a show of hands. So all those who are able to do a raise hand for the virtual raise hand, please do. Those who are, and then I'll count the ones who are doing it physically. Some of us can't raise our hands physically, virtually. So this is for in favor. Keep them coming. I'll give you a second to do that. Meanwhile, I've got a physical hand raise for Richard Ash. So I've got 35 in favor plus Richard Ash. Mark
Audrey
Diller.
Audrey votes yes. I can't raise my hand.
Yeah, okay, Audrey, thank you.
Rich Robbins, yes.
Give me 1 second. Audrey Isaacs, Rich Robbins.
Doug Kleiman votes yes. I'm having internet issues.
Very good. Doug Kleiman, I hear you.
Paul Fisher raised his hand. In
Um,
the chat. Paul Fisher voted yes in the chat.
Thank you. Thank you. I see Shelley Fine has his hand, a physical hand up. So I've got that. Let's see.
Catherine?
Catherine, is not on the, okay. Catherine, where are you? I'm going to page 2 and I see others. I don't see any physical hands raised here. And Seema has his physical hand raised.
Ethel has a physical hand raised.
Thank you. Call them out if you see them.
Polly Spain has her hand raised.
And Mad,
Holly Spain has her physical hand raised. Thank you. Madge Rosenberg has her hand raised. Thank you.
And
Anybody else?
Peter Sampton.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I have my hand raised.
Okay, so that makes 35 plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 for a total of 48. It was 35 at one point. Is that right?
Yep.
48. All right. So please put all those hands down. Okay. Anybody voting no, please raise your hand now, either physically or virtually. I don't see any. I don't see any. Anybody abstaining? I don't see any. And no one's ineligible for cause. This resolution passes 48 to 0 to 0 to 0. Thank you all. Let's give a big thank you to our Health and Human Services Committee for a great effort on turning on a dime on a very difficult issue. We're now crazy behind schedule already. So I'm going to move us along here. But we have two elected officials that have joined us while we were in our first agenda item. I'm going to call on them, and then we're going to go to the next item on our agenda, which is the BCI joint with steering issue. So I'm going to call on Linda Rosenthal and then Gail Brewer and ask you to address the board. So starting first with Linda Rosenthal, where are you?
Before you start, I have to interject. It's Linda Alexander. I have
Hey,
to
Linda.
walk the dog because we have my husband's still in quarantine and we have a curfew tonight. So I'll be back within a half an hour for BCI. Thank you all.
Thank you, Linda. So Linda Rosenthal, I'm unmuting you. Welcome to Community Board 7 in an era of quarantine and curfew. So thank you for being with us.
All right, thank you. For some reason, every time you switch to split screen, I lost the whole thing, although I hear you guys could see me. So I guess still have to get used to this Zoom, or my computer does, but it's good to see everybody. I've seen some of you on the street lately, like Lolita, and that was fun to see, you know, some humans aside from my cats. Anyway, so I'll talk. I know you are pressed for time, so I'll talk about a few things. I think it was last week we convened in Albany, and we voted on a package of about 30 bills. They were all COVID related, and we didn't get to every issue, but we did get to a whole bunch. And I know one issue that this board is invested in, and I thank you for all your support over the years, is the Child Victims Act, which the governor, okay, so the look back window expires August 14th. The governor issued an executive order to make it go to January. However, there were issues because people missed months because they couldn't file in court. There are issues whether he had the power to do that. And anyway, Senator Hoylman and I had a bill to extend the 1-year look back another year. And so we were successful in passing that. Hopefully the governor will sign it. His executive order was only a 5-month extension, but really only a few because we'd missed like 3 months in between. Anyway, so we were successful in passing that, and it's a wonderful thing. People need more time, and there have been 1,800 survivors, but there are many more out there, and now hopefully he signs it, they will have more time to file. Another bill of mine was on telehealth. Telehealth is becoming the wave of the future, much to the chagrin of some, but it is a useful tool for people who are underserved right now. However, the law does not enable people to use audio only. Medicaid and other insurance plans can only be reimbursed for audio video, not audio alone. People who are vision impaired, people who don't have computers, people with flip phones still need to have consultations with their healthcare provider. This bill,
Whoever that is, please mute.
Wow.
That appears to be the notice that telling us all that we're under curfew.
Yeah, the
we're under
emergency.
curfew and no cars below 96th Street except a host of exceptions. And I wonder how these exceptions will be policed, as it were. It's for deliveries and trucks and other things.
Okay.
It's kind of a mishmash. As you know, I'm chair of the Committee on Alcoholism and Drug Abuse. The governor had set up a disaster and emergency management commission for the state. However, the agency that deals with substance abuse is not on it. And that could be part of the reason that there's a spike in overdoses. Staff members at treatment facilities were not granted PPE. People had a lot of difficulty accessing some of their medications. And so this bill, which passed both houses, will ensure, if the governor signs it, that OASIS has a spot on that commission. The commission has almost every agency in the state government, except for this one, which is an outrage and also reflects someone's views or some approach toward the whole area of substance use disorder, which needs a lot more attention, a lot more funding, a lot more tolerance, but a lot more input. And so hopefully the commissioner will be on that in the future. We voted on a bill for rent where $100 million will be given to people who earn 80% of AMI before this COVID disaster and who are now additionally rent burdened. So if you were 35% rent burdened before March 7th, I think, and now you're 75% rent burdened, the difference between 35 and 75 is how much will go to pay your rent. That doesn't mean you can pay the rest of your rent. You probably can't pay the rest of your rent if you're already rent burdened, which means you pay more than 30% of your income on rent. I felt, there were no guarantees about evictions, no guarantees that that taxes would be paid, that which is another terrible issue. No one has money, but to parcel out a little bit of money to just a few seems to me a waste of time. And if you're familiar with the one-shot deals, HRA will pay a person's back rent, if they're about to be evicted, but only if they can maintain the rent going forward. And I think that same, we needed to wait until the federal government gives us a lot more money. Anyway, we'll see if the governor signs that. The city announced that NYCHA would be given, seniors in NYCHA would be given 10,000 tablets, but nothing here, no Amsterdam houses, no Harborview. I wrote to NYCHA about that. It's, the West Side, even though Amsterdam and Harborview and Amsterdam Addition are doing well compared to other NYCHA developments, it's not a panacea there, and they need a lot of attention and they need a lot of repairs. And I really don't get why they're being left out. Let's see what else. There's a kosher food site now, PS 75, which we had to fight for because there were no kosher food sites on the Upper West Side. There were about a month ago in Queens. It took an enormous effort. The next agenda in Albany, and next week we'll be reconvening, and the hue and cry, and I'm getting hundreds of calls and emails, is to repeal Section 50A. Section 50A of the Civil Rights Law allows any mention, any record of misconduct of certain officers, police officers, firefighters, and I think court officers, to be shielded from public view. This is something that people have clamored for years, but now, in light of the horrific and tragic killing of George Floyd, everything that's happened in the past few weeks, combined with COVID, combined with, since this country was founded, oppression of Black people is all just blown up. And you know what? It's a crazy time, but now is the time when people are outraged, when people are focused to reform law enforcement here in this state. And I believe we have the votes in the Assembly, hopefully in the Senate as well. The governor said, give me a 50A bill and I'll sign it. But really, it's finally just enough for most people. The looting is horrible, but I do not think it's the same element as, it's not the same people who are peacefully marching, who are peacefully protesting. And it's really heartening to see people all over the world, Australia, Paris, marching because of the murder of Mr. Floyd. And perhaps it's awakened people. Even George W. Bush put out a wonderful statement about how this is not how our country should be. And so I see a lot of unity out there, and I see that hopefully next week in Albany, we will pass different legislation, including making the Attorney General the official investigator of these kinds of incidents, allowing statistics to be collected across the state and shown to the public about arrests and convictions and all of that stuff, and a few more things. So the Black, Puerto Rican, and Hispanic and Asian caucus in the legislature has developed a whole set of bills and goals, and I'm going to follow their lead since I don't have the same experience, obviously, and that's who needs to lead, people who have that experience, people who have that skin color, not me, but I'm a strong ally, and I will do what I can to support them to make a much more fair and just society. So thank you very much for listening. If you need anything, if you need masks, sanitizer, let me know. I'll be happy to help out.
Thank you so much, Linda Rosenthal, Assemblymember Linda Rosenthal. I called on Gail Brewer, and so I'll do that. We have a big agenda ahead of us, and we're still in the middle of our business session. So with apologies to other elected officials as you've called in, if you can give us a half an hour or more to move our agenda a little bit, because we're still stuck in the, not stuck, but we had a long discussion, a fruitful discussion on the first item on our agenda, but it's going to take us a bit to get to the public session. I did call on Gail Brewer, so I will honor that and unmute Gail. And then we're going to move back to our business session. And I'll do my best to keep us all moving along. Gail, welcome to CB7.
Thank you very much, Mark. I'll be very quick. I want to just 3 topics. First of all, we're all supportive of the protesters, and we've all participated in one way or another. But I am concerned about the store break-ins. They are primarily downtown, not uptown, and not in Board 7. But just so you know, I asked the police department to try to close down part of Manhattan, and they have. So that recent information alert you just got, it's a little bit me saying this might work, it might not. But people are pulling up in cars and they are looting. They are not from Manhattan or any other of the boroughs. They are from out of the city. And I want people to know they have a completely different agenda. Everybody I know is condemning them, and we are very supportive of the protesters and every issue that you have so articulately discussed earlier. Second, this open streets, tons and tons of calls. I'm glad about your resolution, but the restaurants are desperate. And I know that you'll be working with your amazing board members who are very knowledgeable about this issue to figure out how and where they can move into the open space that's available, because they are really, really concerned. The third issue is the testing and the tracers. Today, the mayor did what I think should have been said a while ago. Anybody can get tested. They have lots and lots and lots and lots of capacity. They want us to get tested. I don't care whether it's the diagnostic or the antibody. From their perspective at the city and the state, they prefer the diagnostic, but just get tested. And the tracers are being hired. As you know, there'll be 1,000 yesterday, and then by August, 6 to 10,000. And let's see if it works. We know that you can be isolated if needed. Third, just in terms of food, I think this is going to be an ongoing, thank goodness for West Side Campaign Against Hunger on the Upper West Side, but this is going to be a very long discussion. 1.2 persons had food insecurity before COVID. It's now 2.2 million, and I don't think that's going to change. So we are working on Thursday. We're giving out food on 97th and 96th Street with local elected officials. We continue to work with Fresh Direct at NYCHA, and we don't forget Douglas, Madeline. As you know, we will make sure that you do not get forgotten. I want to thank Linda Rosenthal. We worked together to get PS 75. I want to thank Catherine Garcia to be kosher, and certainly Shelley was very, very instrumental. We're very concerned about housing, whether it's June 20th and the July rent or the September rent after August 20th. There are differentials in terms of what the moratorium means, but just so you know, we're all on top of it. And you know, there are 22 units. It's not many at Waterline Square, but I hope that some West Siders get that. And as I have said to the board in the past, there's still $14 million left over from the collegiate situation. And we have to find a way to spend it on the Upper West Side. It's at the HPD, and I'm trying to get some money from them for some of the projects that do exist, but we certainly need to have other projects for affordable housing. On the census, the only thing I want to say is if you went away, you could fill out the census with your local location in New York City. And if you made a mistake and you filled it out where you are currently, fill it out again, because the permanent apartment will take precedent. And finally, many of us, thank you, Mark, you were certainly there, Linda was there, Memorial Day, Soldiers and Sailors. That was very meaningful to all of us in terms of being there for Memorial Day. And thank you very much, and I hope that was quick enough.
That was great. Thank you very much. I am, with apologies to the elected officials who have joined us with my original prescription for time. We're behind time, so we do need to move our agenda. We'll get to you after the next agenda item is completed. I'm going to look at Christian Cordova. I know that Linda Alexander will be rejoining us. She had to walk her dog before the curfew. So Christian, can you take the the outdoor space resolution? And we had agreed that Madeline Innocent will be our first speaker on that. And then I have a communication from Corey Johnson's office following that. So Christian, take it away.
Okay, so in short, this resolution is to exhort our elected officials and the applicable agencies to do whatever they can in their power to look at whether to make our small our restaurants as retail businesses viable during this period, during the current period, which they won't be able to be viable given the current conditions, so that they are able to use whatever possible extra space on the sidewalks and streets of the city. And I will asking the relevant agencies, and also we're asking the mayor to appoint a lead agency and a lead person to deal with all of these issues, so that we can do this as soon as possible. Andrew, if I left anything else, please.
So let's call on
okay,
Madeline.
So let's have Madeline talk.
Madeline, and then we'll go to Andrew. That's great.
Yeah, let's look. Go ahead, Madeline.
Oh, sorry. I'm just going to read a statement, if that's okay. We collectively have been facing a number of issues caused by the coronavirus, and now the killing of George Floyd. I include George Floyd because it is going to affect the natural order of life for all of us. I wanted to plead to everyone, when you consider reopening restaurants and bars and putting tables in the street, that there's another part of the community that will be affected as well. And we need to address those complicated concerns. Many people are out of work, and we have to consider how a certain part of the community will be bitter that there are people who are out in restaurants and bars and having money to spend. But those groups are hungry and can't pay their rent and are and are not receiving government monies or any kind of financial help. They will not have any prospect of any employment at any time soon. And when this is all over, NYCHA will be hit the hardest. People in the community went from low income to no income. I ask, when you vote for on the resolution, you should consider having a conversation to deter crime that is surely going to happen. And I don't want to see any more killings of African American sisters and brothers in prison because they have no resources to sustain their lives. I also don't want to see innocent patrons hurt either. I ask before you vote on the resolution that you all have a deeper discussion about economics and race, in which they are both the same to us. I would like to see an emergency town hall meeting on race and economics to find peace in our communities. We are all hurting, so let's think about how we can come together as a community and think about everyone. This is going to be a long, hot summer, and we need to figure out how to create peace, harmony, jobs, safety on the Upper West Side. Let your planning be of hope, safety, prosperity, and inclusion. Thanks. That's all.
Thank you, Madeline.
Okay. Anybody else wants to comment?
I do have a comment from Speaker Johnson. Essentially, Speaker Johnson was relating that they introduced, I think by now you know that after the joint committees met last week, Speaker Johnson, Councilmember Reynoso, and other council members introduced legislation that is a variant of what we were advocating for in our resolution, including open spaces like sidewalks, streets, plazas, et cetera, where outdoor dining could be appropriate, and where street users could be properly protected. That DOHMH creates safety guidelines to ensure that establishments follow social distancing and cleansing protocols. And this would continue until October 31st. So the speaker, I believe in consultation with our own Andrew Ridgie, has put in motion some of the things. Our resolution, it goes further to say that there should be a single point person who would be responsible for coordinating among all those agencies so that this doesn't get lost in the shuffle. But I wanted to note that the Speaker's office reached out to us to share their actions on this matter. Christian, that's what I have for you.
Okay, thank you. If there's no other comments, both for Andrew?
I'm seeing a couple of hands.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, Andrew.
Thank you. Madeline, I just wanted to, address your comment. I thank you for, and I think this is, as you pointed out correctly, an extremely complex issue during an extremely trying time for so many people in so many different ways. And I'm of course happy to have any conversation with you at any time about all of this. The one comment I would just say is that I'm a strong believer that, so many of our small businesses are closed, and the longer it takes for them to get reopened, the prospect of them ever reopening is going to be more and more dim, as well as bringing those people back to their jobs. And as you know, the restaurant industry in particular really employs people from all backgrounds, all walks of life. And I think for society, the quicker we can help bring our small businesses back and get as many people employed again is helpful. And I'm also hopeful. I was riding my bike the other night through different neighborhoods, and I realized the dark streets, no lights on, none of these businesses open. It creates a challenging environment. And if we can bring back some life to the streets and have people out, I think we're better off, I hope, than if we don't. So if we can get our small businesses back, we can get as many people back to work as possible and bring back as much life to the street, I think it's going to be helpful. But clearly the points that you brought up are extremely valid, and anything that I can do personally as a friend and as a board member and through my professional capacity to try to incorporate your comments, you have my full commitment to do that. And, I just wanted to say that and thank you. And
may I answer you? Because
sure.
I don't have a problem with restaurants. I'm afraid for your patrons. That's where my fear comes from. When you're unemployed, when you have nothing, I don't want your patrons to get hurt. And then the stigma is that we have public housing and further downtown and up here. And we're going to get pinpoint and say, oh, they're from Douglas, they're from White Towers, they're from Amsterdam houses. I didn't really want to go into that, but we're going to get blamed for things that may come. So what I'm saying is that if you decide to open, we need a discussion with the owners of these restaurants so no one would get hurt on either side. That's all I'm saying.
Well, we should have that conversation. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Madeline. Mash?
I'm back.
Mash, you wanna speak?
Yes. Is there any way to tie a jobs program into this? Am I speaking?
Yeah.
We hear you.
Okay. Is there any way to tie a jobs program in with this, something very local?
Would you have been able to do so when you had Soutine?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think it's up to the individual owners. I would imagine a lot of the people who do work at the restaurants and traditionally have worked at the restaurants are local, especially the servers.
Well, if the employment agency set up something public, and if there's an employment service, perhaps through the state employment, we could make it a little more local than state. We could make it local.
But I think we need to be more creative, because when these restaurants open, they get hire back a certain amount of employees. They're going to be a small amount of patrons. So I'm not asking, I agree with you for jobs, but I'm not asking to work at these restaurants. I'm thinking we could be creative and summon the mayor or anybody who we can to create jobs. This summer is going to be a time bomb. Trust me, it's going to be. So what I'm saying is we need to get the other electeds in there. I don't want the restaurant owners or the bar owners to feel they have to hire. And these are young kids. I'm not young, but I'm sure some of them over 21. But you have to be creative, either get them training, jobs, or whatever the case may be. This is a bigger than we could see right now.
Okay, thank you. I do feel that that's a little bit outside the purview of what we're trying to accomplish right now. Shelley?
Madeline, Catherine, and I had a conversation earlier this evening. And just on the jobs issue, the fact is summer youth employment has been cut out or cut back. And I think the city government has to be more creative in creating opportunities, both to occupy teens and youth in productive ways and with pay. And I think just dismissing it because of the COVID-19 and pandemic, there are many jobs that exist and can become internships that could be paid. Since so many billions of dollars are being thrown around, money can be put into that. So it's going to be a topic for this month, and we hope to involve other committees. And thank you, Madeline.
Okay, thank you, Shelley. There's a worthy discussion that has to happen as separate from this particular issue. Ira?
Madeline is actually addressing another resolution that we've been working in the YEL committee, and I think her comments really belong on that resolution, and there are a number of us on that committee who've been trying to get those comments in a meaningful way into that resolution. So I think we need to keep that in mind for the upcoming resolution in 5 or 10 minutes.
Great.
Okay, thank you.
Mark?
I just want to
Okay.
comment that before you go on, I want to keep us focused that the purpose behind this resolution is because for the economic development of the city, small businesses and restaurants are going to be critical for that, and these businesses cannot survive without being able to see people beyond the boundaries they currently have. If these businesses close and don't survive, it's going to be a very slow economic recovery for the city, and that's the focus of this discussion.
Right.
Okay, Mark, right?
Thank you. I wanted to, thanks, yes. I wanted to emphasize what Christian already said, so I won't repeat it, about the focus of the resolution being to support businesses as a part of having a source of employment for everyone. Madeline's point about economic justice is an incredibly important one. It is, I believe, to a certain extent beyond the scope of the current resolution and the power of that. And Madeline, I think, was acknowledging that by saying that, if I understood Madeline correctly, you were saying that there needs to be a broader discussion, perhaps with elected officials involved, perhaps with different components of the community involved. And that goes to what kind of not how do we restart the economy, but what kind of a city do we want to restart the economy for? And so I think Madeline is spot on with that. It is bigger than this resolution, so I would urge us to pass this resolution, but I would also urge us not to lose the thread that Madeline and others have raised in the previous resolution discussion and now in this resolution discussion. I'm happy to facilitate whatever I can. It's bigger than anything that I can do by myself, so I'll need every single one of you to make this a reality. But let's have that, let's continue to work on that. Maybe that's something a conversation we can continue at steering or at the appropriate other committees as they decide to go forward. So I would recommend that we thank Madeline for that insight, keep that notion alive, but meanwhile, let's pass this resolution and do what we can for our small businesses. Thank you, Christian and Linda.
Thank you. Shoot.
Okay. Anybody else wants to speak?
Looks like Ethel.
And then
Ethel?
in the attendees, you've got Peter Arnson too, I believe.
Great. Okay, Ethel,
Joseph, Ethel.
unmute yourself, please. Or not.
Okay. Okay. Is that okay?
Yeah, gotcha.
Thank you. I just want to support this resolution. I was able to sit in on the joint committee discussion the other night, though I'm not a member. And I thought that it was one of the most important discussions in the community board in a long time, because there were so many good ideas and you all were addressing something that is absolutely essential. So I would suggest and support what Mark just said procedurally, and that is to vote on this, do it well, go with lobby the council and others to really have a focused person in the agencies to be able to coordinate this and to work with the agencies. And then on Madeline's extremely important points, deal with that after this in a different way with all our resources. But let's get this done, because it was a creative, interdisciplinary, if you like, and absolutely practical effort that I was proud to be a member of Community Board 7 as I listened.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wow.
So let's go to, is it Peter Answer?
Peter Arnson, yeah.
Peter, I don't see you, but can you unmute yourself?
I just tried to unmute him.
Hard to think of Peter's mute.
Am I still muted?
There you go.
Oh, loud and clear.
Sorry. I unmuted myself one place and not the other. So thank you for considering this. Our small businesses, our restaurants are desperate for some sort of relief. Many of them are staying open just to pay employees. They're not making enough to pay rent or to pay their owners. Before I really get started, I'd really like to note the two men that lost their lives on Amsterdam and 102nd last Thursday. They were stabbed to death, apparently in gang violence. It's not entirely clear. There's a lot of information that has not been brought to bear. And they are not getting much notice. So in any case, part of what I guess I would like to see with this is a concentration on the vehicle speeds, which are now building considerably on the avenues and on the side streets. It's across the board, trucks and vehicles, but it's also motorized bicycles, and they're going all over the place. So we need to get that somewhat under control if we're going to have a pedestrian city. This is really important for the small restaurants. Many of them have been contributing food meals to different groups. Madeline, I would love to have further dialogue about the issues that you've raised. Many of their employees, or there are a number of people that work in these restaurants that I know live in Douglas. But that is something that I would love to have a further conversation with you, Madeline, so please. And I'll just say thank you for considering this. This has not been an easy one, and it's not resolved yet, but thank you for all your work on it. So
Thank you for your participation the other night, Peter. And also I want to add something. I don't think I did a shout out because he had already left, to Andrew Ridgey for opening the meeting the other night. And Andrew, your focus and stewardship has been just unbelievable and so necessary, and thank you.
Thank you.
Are we ready to call the question?
Oh, please.
Oh, Catherine, do you have your hand up? Catherine, you're muted.
You're muted. Catherine, unmute yourself.
I just have a quick question. I don't know if Andrew, if you're the right person to ask, and if there's somebody else that I should address it to, please feel free to answer. But what have been the nature of the what has been the content of the conversations about like health concerns? Because if there's service on the street, then people who are serving food can't keep the 6-foot distance. So how are those concerns being addressed in terms of protecting life?
Andrew, you want to answer that, or you want me to? You go.
Sure. No, yeah. Well, so we're still waiting, for the reopening of restaurants, which is part of phase 3. We're still waiting on the governor's exact guidance. However, the legislation that was introduced in the city council does require, the New York City Department of Health to provide guidelines on what the requirements would be. So space in between tables and chairs, PPE, and that may also have some, crossover with what the state is going to require as well. So there would be very specific guidelines on table spacing and other operational matters. And then the other part of the conversation, which I don't want to speak on as a health expert, but it is my understanding from health experts that, being in open air outdoor spaces tends to be safer than being within the confines of an space, particularly for longer periods like you would spend while you're consuming a meal. So the health department has a clear role, as will the state have a role in determining what the guidelines are. And then there would be, obviously the normal enforcement. And then we're also going to have to rely on people, just like we do every day, walking down the street, making sure that they're wearing their masks and
good luck.
do other, safety.
You should say no.
Thank you.
There are precedents for this, Catherine. They're already starting to open some restaurants in different areas around the country. And so they are social distancing. What the purpose of the resolution was to create more space and more opportunities for restaurants so that they can accommodate, obviously won't be as many people because most people won't be eating inside, but they can still accommodate more people than they can currently.
Thank you so much. That's so helpful, both of you. Thanks.
Yes, and the idea is that so that they
Shall we
can
call
be
the
enabled
question?
to survive. Yes,
call
let's
the
call the question.
Yeah.
All those in favor, please raise your hand virtually if you can.
Actually, you know what, Christian? I think it would be faster if I just did a roll call vote on this.
Go ahead. Yes, please. I prefer that
Okay.
too. Yeah. go
So
ahead.
when you hear your name called, please unmute yourself and give me your vote. Barbara Adler,
Yes.
Jay Adolph.
Yes.
Thank you. Andrew Albert,
Yes.
Linda Alexander,
Oh, yes.
Rosa Arenas.
Yes.
Thank you. Richard Ash,
Yes.
Stephen Brown,
Yes.
Elizabeth Caputo. Are you there? Or are you walking Leo?
Yes. Here.
Thank you.
Got back.
Great timing. Cindy Cardinal.
Yes.
Thank you. Josh Cohen,
Yes.
Christian Cordova,
Yes.
Ken Coughlin,
Yes.
Paige Kelly.
Yes.
Thank you. Louisa Craddock,
Yes.
Catherine DeLazaro,
Yes.
Mark Diller votes yes. Bev Donahue,
Yes.
Richard Espier.
Robert SBA.
I'm sorry, Robert Espier. I was reading two lines at once.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Lolita, I'm sorry, I'm cross-eyed now. Lolita Farron.
Yes.
Thank you. Shelley Fine.
Yes.
Paul Fisher.
Mystery man.
Yep, we'll come back to Paul. Paul, if you can hear me, please unmute yourself while I go to Julian Giordano.
Yes.
Amy Hyman. Not sure she's with us. Madeline Innocent.
Yes.
Thank you. Audrey Isaacs.
Yes.
Thank you. Kay Carpin.
Yes.
Natasha Kazmi.
Yes.
Thank you. Doug Kleiman by phone, I think.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Blanche Lawton. I don't know if I see you there. Sarah Lind.
Yes.
Thank you. Doug McGowan. Doug McGowan is an excused absence. Courtney Clark Matakis.
Yes.
Thank you. Ira Michnick.
Yes.
Thank you. Clary Newell.
Yes.
William Ortiz.
Yes.
Thank you. Michelle Parker.
Yes.
Seema Reddy.
Yes.
Thanks. Andrew Ridgie.
Yes.
Rich Robbins.
Yes.
Madge Rosenberg.
Yes.
Melissa Rosenberg.
Yes.
Thank you. Peter Sampton.
Yes.
Thank you. Meg Schmidt is, Meg, are you with us?
Yes.
Meg Schmidt.
Hello.
Hi, Blanche. Blanche Lawton,
Yes.
you're voting yes. Thank you. I've got it now. Going back to Meg Schmidt, I think she had a family emergency. So we're going to Susan Schwartz.
Yes.
Thank you. Roberta Seamer.
Yes.
Thank you. Ethel Sheffer. Ethel, you have to unmute.
I've been trying to eat something. Yes.
There we go. Thank you. Polly Spain.
Yes.
Thank you. Irena Stennett.
Yes.
Thank you. And Howard Yaris.
Yes.
Well, that was quicker because they were all
Paul was
yeses.
Paul was having internet issues, and I think we lost him.
We lost Paul. So the resolution passes unanimously. We have, you can put, let me see, I'll just lower all hands where we go here. I'm sorry. Oh, goodness, give me 1 second here.
Started to hear some action downstairs, folks.
I got it.
Oh, boy.
Okay, thank you for that. That's the first BCI resolution. Why don't you guys do the next one, which I hope will be very, very fast.
Oh, 8 Hill.
Okay, go ahead, Linda.
No, do you have it in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Oh, great.
So this is 359 Columbus Avenue. This is an enclosed sidewalk cafe, 18 tables, 54 seats. We had no opposition to this resolution. It was passed
unanimously.
Unanimously. So if there is any comments?
I don't see any hands raised.
Call the
Okay.
question.
So call the question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Um,
You want to do another roll call?
Let's do another roll call. Yeah, I think
Okay.
that'll be fit. I think it'll be faster.
It was pretty
Barbara Adler,
Yes.
thank you. Jay Adolph? Jay Adolph? Andrew Albert?
Yes.
Linda Alexander?
Yes.
Rosa Arenas?
Yes.
Richard Ash?
Abstain.
Thank you. Stephen Brown?
Yes.
Elizabeth Caputo?
Yes.
Cindy Cardinal?
Yes.
Josh Cohen?
Yes.
Christian Cordova?
Yes.
Ken Coughlin?
Yes.
Paige Cowley?
Question, is this an existing enclosed
No,
cafe?
it's an
unenclosed.
unenclosed cafe. It used to be Isabella's. It's the same size, but they're willing to socially distance.
Okay, thanks. Yes.
Thank you. Louisa?
Abstain.
Thank you. Catherine DeLazaro?
Yes.
Thank you. Mark Diller votes yes. Bev Donahue?
Yes.
Robert?
Mark, it's Jay. I'm a yes.
Thank you. Robert?
Yes. Yes.
Lita Theron?
Yes.
Thanks. Shelley Fine? Shelley Fine?
Yes.
Thanks. Paul Fisher, do you hear me?
He's not with us.
Okay. Julian Giordano?
Yes.
Amy Hyman is not with us. Madeline Innocent?
Yes.
Thank you. Audrey Isaacs?
Yes.
Kay Carpin?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Natasha Kazmi?
Yes.
Thank you. Doug Kleiman?
Yes, and one note is this is actually smaller than Isabella's because there's a new ADA ramp north, so it's actually a smaller one than it was previously. I vote
Good
yes.
point. Thanks, Doug.
Thank
Sure.
you. Blanche Lawton? Blanche Lawton? Hi, Blanche. Can you unmute? Sarah Lind?
Yes.
Doug McGowan is not with us. Courtney Clark Matakis?
Yes.
Thanks. Ira Michnick?
Yes.
Thanks. Clary Newell?
Yes.
William Ortiz?
Yes.
Michelle Parker?
Yes.
Seema Reddy?
Yes.
Andrew Ridgie?
Yes.
Rich Robbins?
Yes.
Madge Rosenberg?
Yes.
Thanks. Melissa Rosenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Peter Sampton?
Yes.
Thank you. Meg Schmidt is not with us. Susan Schwartz?
Yes.
Roberta Seamer?
Yes.
Ethel Sheffer, thank you. Ethel Sheffer,
Yes.
thank you. Polly Spain,
Yes.
thanks. Irena Stennett,
Yes.
thank you. Howard Yaris,
Yes.
thank you. There have been a couple of elected officials that have been waiting patiently. We're going to interrupt our schedule for just a moment. I believe that Dick Gottfried and Mark Levine are both with us. And so in that order, I will ask you to unmute yourselves. First, Mr. Gottfried, Assemblymember Dick Gottfried, welcome to Community Board 7.
Well, good evening. Couple of things. There's been a lot of concern about COVID-19 in nursing homes and adult homes in New York. I have been badgering, might be a word, the health department about this for time. The problems in our nursing homes and adult homes were there long before COVID-19. Serious understaffing that the state has tolerated, the state's enforcement operation of quality standards in our nursing homes has for decades been seriously understaffed and very lax in its attitude, particularly the New York City regional office. So surprised that when COVID-19 hit, things got a whole lot worse and at long last, a whole lot more noticed. The Assembly Health Committee, which I chair, is working with the Senate Health Committee to conduct statewide hearings, presumably remotely, on the issue with nursing homes and adult homes. The governor has called on the state attorney general, Tish James, and the health department to investigate the situation. My problem with that is that the health department bears a large part of the responsibility for this situation, and it's not really appropriate to ask an agency to investigate itself. And the Attorney General James, I think the world of her, but the health department is legally her client. And so asking a lawyer to investigate the lawyer's own client is also not particularly practical. So I've advocated that the Attorney General should bring in an outside counsel, as is done when there is a conflict of a client conflict in the state. And I hope that happens. As Linda Rosenthal discussed, the legislature is, I hope in this coming week, going to be passing a very strong package of legislation dealing with police reform. It's long overdue. You know, people have talked about Section 50A, which is legislation that keeps all police personnel records strictly confidential. We are the only state in the country with a law anything like that. It was wrong from the start. Interesting historic footnote. I've been in the legislature long enough that I was one of the very small number of people who voted against 50A when it was first enacted, and I debated against it on the floor of the Assembly. I'm a co-sponsor of Assemblyman Danny O'Donnell's bill to repeal it, and I hope we get that done this coming week. You know, violence against people and property is wrong, whether it is regardless of who perpetrates it or against who it is perpetrated. But if we want to have peace, we really need to build justice. And certainly in the area of racial discrimination and law enforcement, that is long overdue. Last thing I'll mention, there is now going to be a major effort at doing contact tracing relating to people who have COVID-19 or test positive for it. Our state law on the question of confidentiality and protecting the privacy of contact tracing information is almost non-existent. And I think that's going to be a real obstacle to effective contact tracing. I've introduced a bill with my Senate counterpart, Senate Health Committee Chair Gustavo Rivera, to put in place some privacy for. I hope to get that next week as well. That's it.
Thank you very much. I am going to now call on Mark Levine. I'm asking you to unmute. And I also see that Senator Brad Hoylman, and I believe that's all the elected officials that are going to be joining us as elected officials rather than their reps. We will get to the reps in our usual practice at the public session, but we wanted to take our elected officials when they were able to join us. I know you've been waiting a bit, so I thank you for your patience and welcome to Community Board 7.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. It's great to see everybody. I want to thank the board for the resolution denouncing the murder of George Floyd. We are enraged and heartbroken by his murder and the murder of so many other unarmed Black people at the hands of police. I'm really proud of my city right now. The tens of thousands of people who are out today safely demonstrating, expressing their outrage. This is a transformational moment. We need to turn it into policy. We're starting to do that in the city council with a bill that's now moving to ban chokeholds once and for all. This is one small overdue step towards assuring more justice here in our own city. We're confronting this at a time when we have a second front, a pandemic, which also is profoundly unequal, impacting New Yorkers of color at far higher rates than whites. It has the same roots. Racism that has led to unjust treatment in the criminal justice system has also led to lack of access to healthcare, and so much else that has led to inequality and the coronavirus pandemic. And we have to confront both. And we're still far from out of the woods on coronavirus, as Chair Gottfried just explained. We're still averaging about 4,000 new infections a week here. And we are on track for phase 1 reopening on Monday. So we've got to redouble our efforts to keep our city safe now. The way to do that is by expanding the number of people who are testing, by ensuring people are participating in contact tracing, by ensuring people who are designated to quarantine or isolate do so. And we have a lot of work to do on all those fronts. We're not testing at adequate rates at the moment, in part because New Yorkers aren't seeking enough tests. And on that front, there's news just in the last couple of hours that the city has changed the criteria so that now anybody can get a test, a diagnostic test for coronavirus. It doesn't matter whether you have symptoms or not, or whether you've been exposed or what your occupation is. Anyone can get a test at over 150 testing sites. And it's important that more of us do, even if we are asymptomatic. Contact tracing started yesterday in New York. It wasn't in the headlines because of everything else happening. But at this point, if you test positive, you should get a call from a contact tracer to talk through your case and anyone else who might be exposed. We really haven't prepared the city for this adequately. And so as we've spoken about in past months, we need leaders like you, community board leaders, ambassadors out there in the community to spread the word about this, that this is a really important public health effort that we need everyone to participate in to keep us safe, that the data will be protected, that your anonymity will be protected, and that those who have been exposed do need to quarantine. What about that? What about the hotel options? Well, you know, this has been available in the last couple of weeks where people who are sick and live in crowded apartments can relocate to hotels, isolate. This is really important. But very few New Yorkers so far are availing themselves of that option. We also have to get the word out about that. And frankly, we have to make it easier so that New Yorkers who maybe work hourly and would be off salary while isolating in a hotel can have some economic compensation for that. So this is a realistic option for those who need to keep their families safe. Lastly, I know you passed a resolution on the need to reopen restaurants, and boy, I feel that pain. This is such an important engine of local employment and economic opportunity. That, according to the plan, would be phase 3 for New York. So I mentioned phase 1 is coming Monday, assuming we stick to that plan. In theory, we'll go to another phase every 2 weeks. So we could potentially be at phase 3 in early July. But, you know, I talked to a lot of restaurateurs who say that they're desperate to reopen, but the last thing they want is to reopen only to have to close again. And we know that the threat of a second wave is real. We've seen it in other parts of the world and even other parts of the country. So let's do the hard work to continue to keep us safe, to keep each other safe, so that we don't have to confront the second wave. We're not out of this yet. So we have to continue to redouble our efforts on testing, on tracing, on isolating, on wearing face coverings, and so much else that you've done great work on. So I'll stop there. Thanks everybody for allowing me time to speak to you tonight.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Levine. It appears that State Senator Brad Hoylman is multitasking. And so we're going to move to our preservation issue, 424 West End Avenue. Kay and Michelle, are you ready to go?
Yeah, I'm going to take this one, Mark.
Do you want the slides from the presentation?
If you don't mind, that would be great.
Why don't you start and I'll bring them up.
Right. This is a master plan to replace all 974 windows on 22 floors in a building on West 81st and West End Avenue, which was built between 1979 and 1983, which makes it relatively new compared to some of the other structures on West End Avenue. I live a block away. So, and as many of you may have remembered, what burned down at that site in 1979 to then build this building. The work that will be done to replace we'll replace all the sliding windows with casement windows, and the balcony doors, the sliding balcony doors have to be replaced. They're in pretty worn out shape, so to speak. No work will be done on the first floor. That work was all done about 4 years ago. That's it. They're not they're not gnawing at any of the structure. They are replacing all the windows. They will do it from the inside of the building. And that's about it. It's the organization that is replacing all the windows has been repairing and has replaced some in the past. So it's not like a brand new company's coming in to do the replacement. These are people who have been maintaining the windows these decades. And that's about it. We think it's necessary. We think it's appropriate to the character of the historic district as much as a relatively young building can be appropriate. Any questions about this?
I'd like to say something.
Sure.
I think it's one of the ugliest buildings on the west side.
Agreed.
I don't want to waste any more time.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's part of the historic district. It was
Has
a
to be
big
there.
mistake to begin with. So let's just get on with it.
All right, Mark.
I agree.
I completely agree. What I was going to say is that sliding windows are in no way historic to our neighborhood.
Yeah.
So replacing them with casement windows is fine by me too. Anybody else?
Call a question.
So,
you know what? Let's do the raise hands thing. Please raise your hands
Thank
with
you.
the raise hand function.
All those in favor?
Yeah, but we're doing all those in favor. Anybody who can't raise your hand, please raise your hand physically.
I can't raise my hand anyway, in any way, so I'm just voting yes.
All right, so I've got Audrey as yes. I got Peter Sampton as yes. I got Mark Diller as yes. I got Rich Robbins. I got Richard Ash. Let me just, on the physical hands, Ethel Sheffer. I did say Peter Sampton, so I've got you. Excuse me, let me go to the next page. Physical hands, Shelley Fine. Other physical hands, I'm not seeing. Let's see. And other physical hands on page 3, no. So I have 34. Say again?
Polly Spain.
Oh, Polly. Polly, do you hear me? And are you not able to vote electronically?
I raised my hand virtually and physically, so my vote is yes.
So you're counted in the virtual. So that's 30. I had 34 altogether. At one point plus 7 is 41 in favor. Please lower your hands. Why can't I do that?
I lowered my hand. My hand is lowered.
Please lower your
If you're in
hands.
participants under more, there's lower all hands.
I know, but it's not highlighted for some reason.
I just did it.
Mark, this is Josh. I didn't have my hand raised, but I want to vote yes.
Hey,
Thank
Mark,
you.
this is Natasha. I would like my vote to be counted as yes as well.
All right, so now I have 43. I have 43 in favor. Is there anybody opposed? Please raise your hand one way or the other right now. Madge, is that a no?
Hey, guys, there's a police action on Amsterdam Avenue as we speak right now, coming up Amsterdam Avenue in the 80s.
Yeah, it just marched past my building. Thank you. So I have Madge, are you voting no? Or is that a leftover hand?
Muted.
Where's Madge? Madge, can you unmute and tell me if you're voting no?
I think it's left over.
I think it's left over as well, so I'm going to assume that's left over. So I see no opposed. Anybody abstaining, please raise your hand now. I'm not seeing any. I'm not seeing any. And then no one's ineligible, right? So to recap votes for the purpose of our secretaries, this resolution number 3 passes 43 to 0 to 0 to 0. By the way, resolution number 2, 359 Columbus Avenue passed 42 to 0 to 2 to 0. And resolution number 1 on outdoor space passed 48 to 0 to 0 to 0. Um,
Mark?
yes, sir.
The resolution number 1, I think it should be 47-000. We only have 47 board members in attendance tonight.
Then that was a miscount on my part. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for staying on top of that. Okay. Has Senator Hoylman rejoined us?
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Senator Hoylman is not with us, so we're going to keep moving on. We're going next to transportation, joint with P&E. Just for the edification of our colleagues who haven't been through this before, this resolution is one in which it's joint between the Transportation Committee and the Parks and Environment Committee. As it turned out, the co-chairs of the Parks and Environment Committee did not vote in favor of the resolution, and our bylaw. I'm sorry, say again?
We did vote in favor of it. We did. It was the Transportation Committee who didn't.
Thank you. Forgive me. The transportation co-chairs did not vote in favor of the resolution. Therefore, our bylaws say that someone else must present the resolution. It turns out that the P&E co-chairs did vote in favor of the resolution. It was a joint meeting. Therefore, they will be your chairs for this portion of the meeting. And I now deliver it to Elizabeth and Clary, and thank you.
Okay. Elizabeth, if it's okay with you, I'll start out.
Yes, and I will chime in as needed.
Right. So we're a team, Elizabeth. So we're going to do a little bit of history and introduction. We're going to ask Mark after that for a moment to show the text of the resolution, which one of us will read because it's not very long. And then we will turn to Barbara Adler and or Susan Schwartz, who were the primary people who pushed to have this issue on what turned out to be the joint committee agenda. They will speak first as members of the board. We'll then have other board members who have comments or questions. Finally, we will turn to members of the public who wish to speak. I think Mark has already asked people to limit their remarks, members of the public, I think we're called attendees on this platform, to no more than 2 minutes. And when we get there, try to not say the same thing somebody else has said. It's fine to say, I agree with what the other person said. So just a couple of minutes of background here. This is about Central Park. We'll read it shortly and put it on the screen. But everybody I think in our community knows that Central Park was not designed for the volume of recreational use that it has today. Certainly not the volume of active recreational use. And there are many difficulties and conflicts with just the enormous number of varying uses and crowding in Central Park. Susan and I think to some extent Barbara had asked to have a resolution come before, an agenda item come before the board concerning enforcement of basically traffic regulations, and you'll see more specifically in the resolution. And Elizabeth and I had worked with Mark. We decided on balance that it should be and fit in with an agenda at the Transportation Committee this last month. So it was made a joint item. And we had a spirited discussion. As a result of the discussion, we wrote a fairly compact resolution, which we will now ask Mark to put on. No, before I even say that. Well, no, actually, maybe it's a good idea. Put it on the screen if you would, Mark. And Mark was doing some drafting, but essentially the whole joint committees were doing the drafting and came up with the language at the joint meeting. Do we have it, Mark? There we go. It's a little too big. You need to reduce it in size.
My computer is not my friend right now, so.
The other ones came out fine.
My computer does that from time to time.
Elizabeth, do you have it in front of you, Elizabeth? Do you want to just read it? or do we need the screen?
You need the screen if you're going to amend it as you go along here.
Oh, God forbid, but okay. That's true.
So I have it in front of me. I'm happy to read it.
Why don't we do that? And while Mark is seeing if he can reduce the size in case we then.
So again, this is a resolution that deals with enforcement in Central Park for everyone who is still on the call. This was a joint committee item raised between Transportation and Parks and Environment. The resolution reads as follows. This resolution is based on the following facts. Bullet point number 1, during the COVID crisis, use of Central Park by pedestrians is an essential means of recreation, exercise, and respite from the need to isolate at home. Bullet point number 2, cyclists and other vehicles in Central Park sometimes fail to obey traffic laws and regulations, such as failing to stop at red lights, failing to yield, and failing to observe the legal speed limit. And there are also cyclists who ride on pedestrian-only paths. This conduct places pedestrians at risk. Therefore, be it resolved that Community Board 7 calls on the New York City Police Department and the Parks Enforcement Patrol, the PEP, to increase enforcement of violations by cyclists and other vehicles of traffic laws and regulations and parks rules to promote pedestrian safety. The combined Transportation and Parks and Environment Committee vote was 11 to 2 to 4 to 0. Non-committee board members voted 1 to 0 to 3 to 0. The basic summation of this resolution was and Susan and Barbara can weigh in on it, but their basic logic was they would like for there to be enforcement in Central Park, full stop. Enforce the rules, enforce the laws. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less.
Okay, I want to add a couple of other things before we turn to discussion. One is for those who don't know, as we understand it, and that's why we referred to both the police and the PEP officers, the Central Park precinct, the police from the precinct enforce laws on the drives in Central Park, which happens to be the primary area where cyclists cycle, although cyclists also cycle elsewhere. And the PEP officers are the enforcement, which is an agency of the Parks Department, or sub-agency. The PEP officers, the Parks Enforcement Patrol, enforce laws and regulations other than on the drives, and that's why we have both of them in this. The other thing I wanted to say by way of background, and I'll try to say it concisely, is that one of the things that we adverted to very briefly in the discussion at the joint committee that led to this resolution is that there have been two very major changes with regard to the Central Park traffic in the last couple of years. One is, as we all know, and kudos to Ken, our colleague Ken Coughlin in particular, after a very multi-year campaign, regular private vehicle traffic has been banned permanently from Central Park. That doesn't mean there are no motor vehicles, but it basically there aren't, except for you know what they are. The other thing is that in the last couple of years, the traffic signals in Central Park were changed from manual, where you basically had to climb a ladder to change what the signal did, to electronic. And in light of those two changes, we had started mentioning just briefly at this meeting, having a discussion about whether the current ways that the traffic signals, both the number of signals and the ways that they are timed, might be subject to change. So to let you all know, at our June 15th Parks and Environment Committee meeting, and this will be joint with the Transportation Committee meeting, we're going to be talking with the agencies about those issues as to whether there might or might not, and that's not saying anybody opposes or is in favor of changes, but what the options are for changing the way that the signals work in light of the two things that I mentioned. So what we're going to do is invite Susan or Barbara or both of them briefly to talk in favor of the resolution, because they had pushed to have it on the joint agenda. Then we'll do other members of the board, as I said, and then we'll do members of the community. Barbara or Susan, does one of you want to start?
I'll start.
Sure.
And I know that Susan will want to speak as well. So this issue arose because there are so many people now using the parks, both walking and using bikes. And for most of us who are pedestrians, there appears to be no enforcement. The bikes often don't stop at the traffic signals or obey signage, often just missing people walking across the intersections or using the park paths where bikes are prohibited. When I brought this issue to transportation, it was meant as a pure safety issue for pedestrians. It was not meant to be controversial and simply asks for additional enforcement and signage. So I was extremely surprised and shocked, actually, that this resolution encountered so much pushback. Bike riders stated that they stopped selectively at the traffic signals, and then there were other people who felt that we shouldn't burden enforcement people at this particular time. My own personal feeling is that it's important to memorialize our issues with resolutions, and if enforcement is too busy, then I think they'll tell us that. There was something terrible happened in Central Park today, an accident in which a bike rider is in very critical condition. Susan was a witness to it. Some of you may have seen the West Side Rag piece, but
I'm sorry, Barbara, excuse me, you were doing great until you got to that point. It wasn't, the bike rider's fine. It's the pedestrian was hit. It's the pedestrian who's in critical condition.
I'm sorry, I meant the pedestrian. All right, take it away, Susan.
No, go on, you were doing great.
No, I'm finished. It's all yours.
All right, Susan, would you like to add to that a bit?
I'll just say,
you don't have to.
No, what Barbara said was really eloquent as usual, and spot on. The one thing I'll say is that Susan Schwartz on the Upper West Side is a ridiculously common name. So yes, I am the Susan Schwartz who was quoted in West Side Rag. Unfortunately, this morning as I was walking into the park at about 7 a.m. On my regular walk, I did happen to see, or had the misfortune of seeing a bike rider hit a woman who was in the park, and it was horrendous. I mean, it was just, it's too upsetting to talk about, frankly. She's in critical condition. It's very hard to fathom what will happen to her. She left this morning to go into the park, and now she's in the hospital. I don't really see any reason why, as Barbara said, sort of why we can't simply pass a resolution asking for enforcement of the laws that are on the books. I spend a lot of time in the park. I always have. I especially do now that my gym is closed and my husband has a heart condition, so we spend a lot of time in the park. And it just boggles my mind that I can get almost mowed over by a bike on a pedestrian path walking through the Ramble, or by somebody going through a red light. I see no enforcement whatsoever. It's really upsetting. I will mention in the conversation we had at the committee meeting, I think somebody mentioned that there have been no deaths in the park. And so I did a little bit of research. In 2014, on August 3rd, a 17-year-old biker swerved into the running lane on a sunny afternoon to avoid a pedicab, and he struck Irving Schachter, who was a 75-year-old teacher who was training for the New York City Marathon. Mr. Schachter died 2 days later. And on September 19th, 2014, Jill Tarlov, a 58-year-old mother of two, was hit at 4:30 p.m. by a 31-year-old musician who she was walking across a traffic light enforced crosswalk on West Drive, inside Central Park near West 63rd Street. She died 3 days later of severe head trauma. And that particular intersection next to Tavern in the Green is terrifying. There's often a police car parked there and it's empty. I guess it's kind of like having an empty police car by the side of the highway to make you think it's a speed trap or something. I mean, it's just mind-boggling to me that we wouldn't be able to pass this resolution. That's all I have to say for now. Thank you very much for considering this. I urge you to vote in support of it.
I just want to add just a teeny variation on this, and that is, as we had this extensive discussion at the joint committee meeting, some of us noted that while the focus certainly is about cyclists and pedestrians, we've also seen motor vehicles that are permitted to be there. I once saw two Central Park Conservancy motor vehicles that were riding together, and they went right through that very same red light that Susan has talked about. So the way it reads is that it's enforcement of violations by cyclists and other vehicles of traffic laws, so that it's not just about cycles, it's about enforcement of traffic laws in general. in Central Park, although it certainly includes also the notion that if a path is labeled no cyclists, that should mean no cyclists.
If I can add one thing, I'm sorry, I'm still
Yes,
I'm still very shaken up from this morning, quite honestly. And I will say that after I spoke to the police, because I was a prime witness in this, unfortunately, I stuck around for a little while, and it was horrifying to me that the cyclists continued to go through the red light, even with the emergency vehicles still parked there. Myself and another gentleman, while we were waiting for the police to come, we stopped and we tried to direct the cycle traffic to go around or to slow down. And a number of bicycle riders told me to fuck off, which I found astounding. Mind your own business, fuck you, that kind of thing, which is,
Yeah.
anyway.
Yeah, if I could just jump in on this.
Of course, Elizabeth.
Yeah, I think we've heard testimonials from both Barbara and Susan that have been compelling as to why they wanted this resolution put on the agenda and then brought to a vote. I would just like to say a word about the times we're living in and why this resolution we felt was still important to advance. I know a lot has happened even since the time of our Parks and Environment meeting where this was discussed, and the Transportation Committee where we did the joint meeting. I would just like to say to the board and to the people who are voting tonight that this is something that we are very well aware of, all of the priorities that our city agencies and the police department are dealing with right now. We realize that those concerns have only been amplified in recent days, given the social and racial unrest. We prioritize those issues and we know those things are quite important. We also feel very strongly that items that were brought forward on an agenda that were duly voted on, should be addressed at a meeting like this. And that is why we were bringing it forward and would like board members to consider the issue thoughtfully based on their how they live and play and work and everything else in Central Park, and to vote accordingly tonight. So just wanted to provide that context to everyone.
Thanks, Elizabeth. So I see with hands up, Cindy Cardinal, Ken Coughlin, Howard Garris, and there may be others. Let's start with Cindy because she's.
And there are hands in the among the public as well.
And well, yes. No, what we're going to do, Mark, as I said, is we'll first questions and comments from board members. That is our normal procedure. We'll make sure that we have any attendee who wants to speak, unless Mark says otherwise, because we're totally out of time. And then we'll do our vote. So, I mean, we may have some more board discussion after we hear from the public, but let's start with Cindy, followed by Ken. Cindy, are you on mute?
Yeah, I don't need to speak. The point's been made very clearly. Thanks.
Okay, Ken.
Okay. First of all, you can hear me?
Yes.
My heart goes out to the victim in Central Park. I went out there. Well, first of all, I understand that her condition has been upgraded to serious from critical, according to one news report. So we're grateful for that. I went out there this evening and spoke to a police officer who was on the scene and asked him what happened. And what happened is very instructive, I think, for our resolution tonight, and points to my problems with the resolution. What happened was that the runner was walking in the running lane, and there was a Parks vehicle that was either parked or driving slowly in the bike lane. And these two cyclists came up behind it, and they were sort of riding alongside each other. And one of them was able to avoid the vehicle by swerving to the right, and the other one couldn't swerve to the right because of the cyclist to his right. And so he swerved to the left into the running lane. And that's when he hit the poor woman. And it did not happen in the crosswalk. It happened about 40 or 50 feet north of the crosswalk. Had nothing to do with the crosswalk. When I spoke to the police officer, he actually didn't blame the cyclist. And I have to tell you, I do blame the cyclist. It's very unlikely that the cyclist was going, the speed limit in Central Park is 20 miles an hour. It's very unlikely that the cyclist was going 20 miles an hour. Most really good cyclists, when it's level ground, go about 18 or 19 if they're really strong. I can't do that. But that's not the issue. What we're talking, my problem, and I think problem of a lot of people with the resolution, is it is calling for sort of very enforcement of technical violations of the law, such as running a red light, whether anybody is attempting to cross or not, or exceeding the speed limit, going 25 miles an hour. That would not have helped here. This cyclist should not, given those conditions, have been going 18 or 19 miles an hour. And there are a lot of situations where it's dangerous and inappropriate to be going 14 miles an hour. So what we really want is a resolution that calls for going too fast, given the prevailing conditions, which could be almost any speed. And we also want a resolution that does not say, if you run a red light, the police are going to give you a ticket, and we're calling on the police to give you a ticket. Because what happens is, if we do this, if we include that in the resolution, the police may, if they have the resources, and it's very unlikely that right now they would have the resources, but they may go out and do a sting operation, and they will ticket cyclists rolling through red lights, whether the cyclist is going 5 miles an hour or 10 miles an hour, or whether anybody is trying to cross, because those are the easy people to catch. And they will issue tickets, and the ticket is $190. And there will be a lot of irate commuting cyclists. And then they don't have the resources to do this all the time, and that'll be the end of it. And this has been going on for years, where we do this occasionally, and it hasn't worked. And the definition of insanity, the famous definition, is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. And my suggestion, and I think a better approach, is to make the resolution about failure to yield, that cyclists and drivers should yield to crossing pedestrians in the crosswalks. End of story. And if they don't, they get ticketed. And that's what we really want, because we don't want cyclists just sitting at a light in the northern part of the park for a minute, for 2 minutes, if there's nobody around. That's not what we're asking. That's not going to keep anybody safer. And it's not going to. And the other thing is that, we say that most cyclists are going through the red lights. Pretty much every cyclist is going through the red lights, because there are 47 red lights. They were put there for motor vehicles. We are talking in 2 weeks as a Parks Committee and Parks and Environment Committee to talk about alternative ways of dealing with these crosswalks. And so that's the way we should handle it. We need to have reasonable expectations. And asking cyclists, I'm going to wrap up. Asking cyclists to stop at every one of the 47 red lights, if it happens to be red, is an unreasonable expectation. And this resolution will only work if we make it reasonable.
Okay, let's hold Ken's thoughts. I believe that and I think Elizabeth are as just members of the board, are going to want to participate in the debate at some point, but
I think one thing,
other people first.
I would just ask everyone to, given the late hour, it's almost 9 o'clock. We asked at the beginning of this conversation for people to adhere to no more than 2 minutes. Please summarize your comments in 2 minutes or less. Unfortunately, we have to do this because this is at the end of the agenda, the board agenda tonight, but we really need people to be concise in their comments and make your points. Thank you.
Okay, so I see hands still from Howard, Melissa, Doug Kleiman, And Rich Robbins has his hand up physically. Let's go with Howard first, followed by Melissa, unless something changes, followed by Doug Clement,
And
followed by
Linda.
Rich.
Great. Hi, everyone. I abstained on this resolution, not because I don't think there are a lot of cyclists in the park that ride unsafely. They do. I walk my dog in the park, and it's sometimes very harrowing. But on the other hand, there are plenty of car drivers who fail to yield with their 2 tons of metal moving along, and there are unsafe conditions throughout the city. And the reason I abstained on it is because I defer to the police, who I view as experts on how to deploy their very limited enforcement resources. And I think, and I know I'm not alone in this, that we should be very careful about trying to micromanage or direct the police in how they use their resources. So I abstained, and a few other people abstained from this resolution. That said, something has happened since then. Events are changing very quickly these days. George Floyd and the whole blow up in Minneapolis. And in light of that, and in light of the civil unrest in our city and the awful problems we're having and what happened in Minneapolis, I think in this environment, for us to be telling the police you're not doing the right thing by not going into the park and ticketing cyclists or vehicles that are going through the lights in the park can seem very parochial and very narrow-minded. I think at this time we have to be very circumspect with getting involved in how the police are doing deploying their resources. They're facing the most difficult issues police can face at this time. They want to keep people safe, and yet they want to allow people to justly protest. And to get involved in this debate and possibly be implying the police are not doing the right job or are not doing enough enforcement in this environment where a person was tragically killed by the police, I think that's something we as a community board want to stay as far away from as possible, given this situation. And so I am not going to abstain this time. I'm going to vote against it because I think it could undermine our credibility, which is ultimately our community board's credibility, which is ultimately dependent upon being respectful and respectful to the people who are hired by the city to keep us safe and being in tune with the community. And I think we could undermine our credibility with this kind of what I view as a picky resolution in the context of what's going on in our city.
Howard, thank you. Next is Melissa Rosenberg.
Hi, sure, I'll keep it
2
brief.
minutes, Melissa, if you can.
Yeah, less. I'm just not comfortable voting for this. For some reasons, the same as Howard said, some different. I don't think more policing in our parks is what we need right now. And I don't think more ticketing at a time when a lot of people have stresses on their income is what we need. So that's it.
Thank you, Melissa. Next is Doug Clement.
So thank you. I'm conflicted about this resolution in the context of what's going on right now. Tonight is not a time for police to be in the park enforcing, these type of rules. We have major issues, but this has been going on for a very long time. And now we're saying because of what's going on, we don't want to vote on it. So what Elizabeth mentioned is when we bring a resolution before and we pass it, we can table it, but I think that something has to happen. I'm not a statistician and I don't have a crystal ball, but I will tell you, it is my belief that there are going to be many, many more cyclists. I think that's a good thing. I'm cycling more. I think with COVID and people staying off public transportation, not that I'm in support of staying off public transportation, but I think the bike business and people's riding is going to exponentially grow. People are going to be walking more. There is a statistic probability there's going to be more conflict. So whether or not we vote this resolution in, we need to think about safety because there are going to be more and more accidents. Bike use is increasing. So if it's not this, I don't know what. And we with respect to Howard, I understand, that we don't want, to tell the police what to do, but I've been at meetings where we've kind of dissuaded police from doing also what they should be doing. So whether we're telling them to do something or telling them not to do something, we have influence. So I'm literally at this moment conflicted. but safety, I've always said it, safety's first, and we have to watch out for it. I hope I'm.
Can I just interject something as co-chair of the Transportation Committee? The Parks Committee has on its agenda looking at the drive and all the 47 lights, and the Transportation Committee is going to look at this as well. We're looking at ways to make it safer. I just don't think we should do it tonight in the context of this resolution, which could be viewed as implicitly criticizing the police.
If that's the case, though, if your argument is that during this time we should be prioritizing things, why is what we're putting on the agenda for next month more important than what we're talking about tonight?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I'm not saying what we should prioritize. I'm saying we should not be implicitly criticizing the performance of the police at a time when there's such civil unrest. That's what I'm saying, Elizabeth.
Okay, I think we need to move on to other speakers and adhere to the 2-minute limit.
Hold on a second. That's a different point. But Howard, what I think people need to understand is it's not that your committee is doing something on the lights and we're doing something on the lights. It's a joint committee meeting that for which we'll be the hosts. One of the things we're going to talk about, and I don't mean to suggest that I or anybody in particular other than I know Ken favors, is reducing that number of lights from 47 to something else, possible signaling that's yellow lights rather than red at various times. Those are all things we're going to talk about. But anyway, I have seen Michelle Parker, Linda Alexander, William Ortiz, Roberta Seamer, Christian. Let's just go right down that list. Michelle Parker.
Larry, just to jump in,
And
Shelley Fine and Rich Robbins also have their physical hands up.
Yeah.
In part because they can't do the virtual. So
I've seen.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Michelle.
All right, thank you. I'm in favor of the resolution. To Ken's point about substituting a fail to yield for a going through a red light, I think that I disagree with a fail to yield violation because it's easier to quote unquote get away with that than going through a red light. I think it's an ineffective, a fail to yield is an ineffective statute. I think going through a red light is more concise and to the point. I don't think that we're telling the cops what to do. I think we're telling the community this is how we feel about what's going on in Central Park. And we all should obey the rules. I agree with that.
Thank you, Michelle. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I'm finished.
Okay, we're going to go with one more from the virtual hands, then we'll go with some real hands or some physical hands. William Ortiz, and then we'll go to a physical hand. William Ortiz. Unmute. Oh, did I miss out? Oh, I'm so sorry. Linda Alexander was higher on on the virtual. You're on.
Keep Larry.
Okay,
two things. Years ago, and this is under 2 minutes. Years ago, I worked to get the dogs, allowed to be off leash between 9 p.m. and 9 a.m. And it worked. And when it doesn't work, as a dog owner, I'm furious with other dog owners. Bicyclists should be supporting other bicyclists to follow the rules. And seriously, we have some huge issues. Those of us with dogs, those of us who are senior citizens, when we see the bicycle, and there's so many bicyclists in the park, and we all need to be in the park now, especially because of COVID-19. We need a break. We need to be outside, but we need to follow the rules. Just as dog owners need to follow the rules, bicyclists need to follow the rules. Because if you see somebody, if you see pedestrians crossing the street, then use some common sense and stop. That's all. Stop if you see a red light. Use some common sense. And that's really what it's about. But they don't. And so it is terrifying to be a pedestrian in the park. We wait for the lights and you're still not sure. You're almost guaranteed that the bicyclist going 15 and 20 miles per hour, spewing out without mask, spewing out spit, 22 feet per second, they're not going to stop for you. And I think it's a travesty. And I think this is a resolution that's not criticizing the police, and it's not untimely. This has been going on for a long time, and I think
Linda, we just lost
this is a very important resolution to say it's time to be more mindful. Thank you.
Okay, let's go with William Ortiz because I sort of primed him to start talking. Then we'll go with the two physical hands, and then we'll go back to the virtual hands. William Ortiz, you there? What happened to William Ortiz?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So I just wanted to talk about and just remind people what this is for. This resolution, which I'm in favor for, is for the safety of pedestrians. You know, you have people who, so I walk my dog in Central Park every day. I got the dog from my parents, and there's times we're standing there waiting a long time to make sure we can cross safely. And, you know, we have to literally jog almost every time. And there are some people who do not have the ability to jog every time. There are some people who walk slowly, which is why we have traffic lights on the streets so that cars don't hit them or pedestrians don't knock into them or anything like that. So the idea is to protect people who may not be able to jog across the street. This enforcement is for the people. And to think that enforcement doesn't work, enforcement worked for the mask for COVID. People were against it, but we got used to it. Enforcement is happening right now with our curfew. People are against it. Like Linda, I had to go walk my dog, but I use my phone for the Zoom chat so I can listen to the chat while in Central Park and home by 8. So I don't think that voting against resolution is attack on cyclists, is attack on anyone. We want to have safety first, and we want everyone, I would like to have everyone to be able to experience Central Park, all of Central Park. And it feels like sometimes it's exclusive to just healthy people who can get around, because you have to kind of jump through hoops to kind of walk across the street if you walk slowly or anything like that. Thank you.
Thanks, William. We'll take the 2 raised hands, although I don't see them raised now. There they go. It'll be Rich Robbins, followed by Shelley Fine, and then we'll go back to Roberta, Arena, and Courtney, and eventually we will get to our community members as well. Rich. Rich Robbins?
Yep, I'm here. So I think the reason I joined the board, and our most important obligation, is we need to keep residents safe. And we especially need to protect our most vulnerable, who I would call senior citizens and young people. I see this as a really important issue. I also think we really missed the mark on this resolution. And I think we can and we have to do better. And later on, after the discussion, I'm going to be proposing an alternate amended resolution that I hope would be seen as friendly. But I think that giving a laundry list of things that we're telling the police to enforce isn't being smart. It's not having us tell them to focus on the most important issues, and it works against our objective of safety here. We also, and pedestrians often walk into bike lanes without paying attention and cross against the light. I can't tell you the number of times I've been cycling, I've had a green light and pedestrians ignore it and I have to avoid them. Having said that, I'm not a fan of calling for jaywalking enforcement. But I think we need to be smart about how we're calling for enforcement and making sure that it's doing the right thing. Especially in a point a few people have gotten to, for us to tell the police how to do their jobs, and especially if we're calling for specific enforcement of specific laws, we're telling them that they're not doing their jobs in the right way. And that's something we need to do with extreme care, especially given the current circumstances. And I saw Susan put in chat that the Central Park Police are not NYPD. Of course they are. They're one of the precincts. They're NYPD. And we would never pass a resolution calling for greater enforcement of motor vehicles on the Upper West Side. We're a lot smarter than that. We look at where there are issues, when there are issues, what the issues are, and we try to pinpoint and point out things that really need to be focused on so that we make our streets safer. As Ken had said, it seems that this morning's crash was caused by speeding and was not in a crosswalk. So, to the extent that we can learn from that, we should make sure that we're really looking at the behavior that's I have a big issue with the current first sentence that says that the park is essential for pedestrians. It's essential for all residents, whether they're too young or too old to be walking or whatever else they're doing. I think that needs to be fixed. We also know that the police have told us that speeding is not enforceable. So as much as I proposed and it passed almost unanimously to have a resolution calling for a speed limit in Riverside Park of 10 miles per hour. We passed that. I think 2 people voted against. I'm not sure why, but everyone else voted in favor of it. And we later heard from the police that they can't ticket bikes for speeding because bikes don't have speedometers. So for us to come out and call for them to ticket speeding We know they can't do that. We just lose credibility. We should call for ticketing of reckless behavior. That is something they can ticket. The other thing is there are very different kinds of bikes. I use a bike for transportation. A lot of times it's a city bike. If I'm going more than 5 miles per hour, that's a lot. There's no way I'm going to injure someone. And calling me a cyclist the same as someone wearing spandex riding a $10,000 racing bike, kind of the same thing as my mother driving a Honda being called the same thing as a 19-year-old driving a Ferrari. They're two totally different things. And if we start getting the police to crack down on cyclists, what we've seen time and again is when we do that, they do ticketing blitzes on the easy to catch people, which are the people riding 5 miles per hour who are not in any way endangering pedestrians. And we want to make sure that they're ticketing the people who are endangering pedestrians. And if they start ticketing people in the north part of the park where no pedestrians are anywhere nearby, that's going to have absolutely no impact on the people who are really causing danger to pedestrians. And I think we're hurting our cause by just passing this laundry list of infractions and not being smart about what we're saying.
Okay.
Also, Elizabeth in committee said that we have no data to statistically show what's happening in the parks. We have no imperial data to base this resolution on. I do think that we need to be smart about how we do this. I think we have to pass something tonight, but we should be a lot smarter and say,
We have really a lot of people who want to speak.
Yeah, and if our secretaries can help us with the time limits, I think we need to just make sure that we're giving everyone a chance to speak on this tonight. It's getting quite late. Thank you.
A few more points. We haven't spoken with the DOT.
Rich, I think we need to move on to the next person. Everyone gets 2
and
minutes.
we need to call out specific areas, specific dangerous activities, specific times of day and week, etc., and not just make it a blanket laundry list.
Okay, we're going to turn to Shelley, and then we're going to go back to the people with virtual hands. We will get to the people in the community. Try to, even board members, try to keep it to no more than 2 minutes, and members of the community will be limited to 2 minutes. Shelley.
I find the argument that this is condemning police and blaming them and all that to be bogus. I think asking for enforcement for safety for pedestrians is a very desirable thing, a necessary thing. And given that there have been problems, and given that education of what the rules are and enforcement of the rules is to keep people safe, and safety has to be the #1 priority. I don't see what the big deal is. I don't think that in this environment that we're asking police to leave other scenes to come there to do anything. If the police are available to do it and keep people safe, great. If at this point in time they can't afford to bring people there for other reasons, that's fine too. That's understandable. Basically, this is the safety of pedestrians is one of the most ignored issues. We're always concerned about cars and we're always concerned about bikes. I'm pedestrian #1. Take care of me, and I'm a senior. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Shelley. We're going to go to Roberta Seamer, followed by Irena Stennett, followed by Ira Michnick. Roberta.
Hi. So this is 9:16. We started at 6:30. We have wasted so much time. We are not doing meeting management at all. But I want to say that we need to manage our meetings a little bit better. We also need to think about what's happening in the world. And this is just not happening. And I, for one, think that this resolution should be discussed, but should be discussed in a timely fashion. And we, at 9:15 at night, this is not a good use of our time.
All right, thank you, Roberta. Irena Stennett, please.
Just a couple of comments.
There you go.
Just a couple of comments. Firstly, full disclosure, I'm a trustee of the Central Park Conservancy. But I'm speaking now as a resident of the Upper West Side that uses the park quite often. I have never, almost ever, been able to cross the drives with a green light where cyclists stopped. Almost never. I've almost never experienced any cyclists stopping at the green light to allow pedestrians, families, children, senior citizens get across the light. We have to wait for the cyclists to stop and then we cross. That's my first point. Second, I believe that due to COVID, and as the city continues to reopen and people are reticent or reluctant to take the subway and or buses, that more people will use the Park Drive to get to and from wherever they're going. That includes cyclists, runners and walkers, pedestrians. And so I think that this resolution is actually quite timely. And maybe within the body of the resolution, we point out the fact that the use of the drives will increase because people, particularly during the summer months, may avoid the subway and the buses to get to wherever they're going. Lastly, Central Park is the only park with its own precinct. And that was for a reason. And regardless of what's going on around the city, there has to be a certain percentage of police officers remaining in the park. And they need to protect us. And they need to ensure, whether it's park enforcement or police, that we can move about the drive safely. So I just wanted to point those things out. It's really out of control. The cyclists advocated quite vociferously to take the cars out of the park. And frankly, when the cars were in the park, the cyclists and the cars stopped for their lights. And as soon as the cars were removed from the park, the cyclists just took over the drives. And it has to stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Irena. Next is Ira Michnik. Ira.
I'm going to try to keep this short. I'm borrowing from somebody else's posting online. I spent a fair amount of time on this. By the way, as a comment to Susan, I actually knew Irv Schachter and his wife, Kendi Schachter, and I knew them actually as cyclists. But I'm looking at something here written by a former Parks Commissioner who actually will not ride in Central Park anymore because it's too crazy. And I would concur with that. There's many, many uses here. We have a model of a park that was based on a mid-20th century automobile use, and we haven't reimagined it at all. And I think we really need to reimagine it into what we want it to be today. And to a certain degree, we talked about that a little bit earlier. So any kind of encouragement or enforcement is only a stopgap. We really have to look at the park design and get rid of the park drive in its current configuration and really rethink the use of the park. This is just a Band-Aid. Can we somehow or another add that in?
Ira, I think in the interest of efficiency, we will be very grateful if we don't try to fiddle with the resolution and get to a vote on it, yes or no. I see, I mean, we can't make that happen. We hope it will, regardless of how the vote goes. I have seen four, oh wait, Michelle Parker. No, we've had these, wait, Michelle Parker, did we have Michelle? Linda Alexander and Stephen Brown wants to speak. Linda, did you speak on this? I'm now confused.
Linda has spoken and Michelle has spoken, and I think it's time for Stephen.
We've got Stephen Brown. We have four attendees coming up, four attendees who are not board members who have put their hands up. Want to hear from Stephen Brown. I will then take a co-chair of the committee's prerogative to participate very briefly in the debate and then turn to the four attendees who are not board members. Stephen Brown, you're on.
Yeah, so look, I just think so. I think we often complicate what I think are some very simple things. And for me, this is a very simple and straightforward resolution. It's about pedestrian safety. and it's about some laws that are on the books. And I think that when you start talking about law enforcement and all the other things, I think sometimes that clutters that issue. So I just encourage everyone, if you think pedestrian safety in Central Park is an issue, then vote for it. I do, and I'm going to vote for it. If you don't, then don't vote for it. But I think when you start talking about the police, those things are either, I think, grossly overstated or irrelevant. We're not criticizing the police. We're not telling what the police are doing. These are very smart people. I think they have common sense. But the idea that we want to make a comment on pedestrian safety is fine. Let's not overstate that. And I just encourage us to stick to, Ken used an anagram. In business, we use KISS all the time. Keep it simple, stupid. It's a thing about pedestrians. If you think it's safe and there's an issue, vote one way. If not, that's what I'm going to do. I encourage everyone else. I think all the other stuff just sort of confuses an issue. That's what I got to say.
Actually, I see two other board members, and then we will get to the attendees. I see Jay and Sarah. So before I do my couple quick comments as person commit as part of the debate, I'll turn to Jay and Sarah. Jay first. Jay?
I'll just second what Stephen and others have said. I fully support this. I think that to try and somehow characterize it as a criticism of the police is obfuscation, and that's not what we're saying. It's strictly about pedestrian safety. There may be changes necessary as far as light patterns and so forth. And my final comment is that it would be totally inappropriate for a community board to reject a resolution calling for the enforcement of existing laws.
Thank you, Jay. Sarah?
Hey, sorry guys, I've been having some connectivity issues, so I missed a bit of the conversation, so I'm sorry if I repeat things that were already said. I do think that failure to yield, is the most critical issue here. That's what causes the most safety issues for pedestrians. And I do think that we've seen that when the cops can just sit at a red light and ticket people, even if it's not a dangerous situation, they get the tickets in and they make us feel good for doing a lot of red light tickets, but it doesn't necessarily increase pedestrian safety. And that is my top concern. I mentioned at the committee meeting that my son was actually hit by a bicyclist in Central Park before the pandemic started, but right before it. So I get that. And I know we need to be making pedestrians safer for sure. But I think we have to do it smartly, and just increasing tickets of running red lights when there's no pedestrians around isn't necessarily going to help. So I would think that refocusing it on failure to yield to pedestrians would increase safety more. Thanks.
I don't see any other, Elizabeth, do you see any other board members who've not spoken, who have their hands up? I don't.
Mark.
Oh, Mark, absolutely.
Thank you. Two things. One is that there are a lot of comments in the Q&A that I commend everybody's attention when you have a quick second. There are some folks that put in Q&A rather than raise their hand. So I thank them for that because that will move us along. In the spirit of adding without repeating, all law enforcement decisions are discretion. And we are telling folks, we're telling the police and those who do enforcement how to prioritize that discretion in this resolution. And that's something I don't think that we should be doing. It is not an obfuscation. All law enforcement efforts are discretionary because there is more to enforce than there are people to enforce them. And so in this era, I'm going to abstain because I don't think that we should be doing that with our police, especially right now. Thanks.
Okay, I'm going to participate briefly in the debate, and Elizabeth, if she wants to, then we'll turn to the non-committee, to the non-board members. I disagree with Mark's conclusion in the sense that I think it is appropriate for us to ask in general, the police to enforce the laws. But unlike what I think others have suggested, we're not asking them to sit there and have sting operations at red lights necessarily. We're asking to use their discretion as they always do. We're not asking the Central Park Precinct to spend all of its resources all of the time enforcing all of the traffic regulations everywhere in Central Park. We know that that would never be practical, and that's not what's going to happen. By getting across the point that we want enforcement that addressed to issues of pedestrian safety, it gets across the point that we do want enforcement of people who don't yield to pedestrians. We do want some enforcement at the red lights, not to sit there all the time and do nothing else. Some enforcement there. We do want the police to enforce when a cyclist enters a path clearly labeled pedestrians only, and to use their discretion as they must and always do, and to use some reasonable part of their resources towards protecting pedestrians. I want to say that what finally made me vote for this resolution at the committee is really very straightforward. I think any pedestrian, or for that matter, any motorist or anybody else crossing in one direction who has a green light, whether in a park or otherwise, is entitled across the United States and certainly in Central Park to a reasonable expectation that if you've got the green light and the other guy has the red light, that you can cross and the other guy's going to stop. Second, and this is only one sort of additional part of this resolution, if the people who run Central Park have made the decision that there should be no cyclists on paths that are pedestrian paths, that's a reasonable decision. And I don't think it should be up to cyclists to say, oh, I don't see any pedestrian here, so I'm going to go along this path and hope I don't see a pedestrian. To me, it's very simple. You got some rules. You do some reasonable enforcement to protect pedestrians. So that's why I voted for it. Let's go to Elizabeth. Did you want to add anything at this point before we go to the public members?
The only thing I would just add is that we all have opinions on this, and we're entitled to say them. I would just urge people to steer clear of making comments like what is considered smart versus not smart. I think everyone's entitled to an opinion, and we need to refrain from those kinds of comments on conversations like this. That's all.
And let's move this along. I know it's.
Can I just say one quick thing? I just want to say, I think everyone's in favor of safety. I think it's unfair to say if you're for safety, you vote for it. If you're not for safety, you vote against it. We're all for safety. The question is, how do we get safety? And I just want to make the point at the Transportation Committee, and I urge everyone to join us. We're going to be having this on the agenda next time and the time after, how to improve safety. Arbitrarily enforcing these technical rules is not going to create safety. My goal and the goal of the Transportation Committee is to create real safety.
Okay, thank you, Howard. We're going to go with Lisa Orman, Andrew Rosenthal, Jonathan Lindenbaum, and those are the three I see. We might as well do them in that order. And you have a strict 2-minute rule, but try to keep less than that. Lisa. Who's timing? Is Lisa still there?
I got it.
Mark's timing. Lisa, are you still there?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to state that every bicyclist is also a pedestrian. And so to say that cyclists don't care about these issues is just wrong. We are for safer conditions for all forms of active transportation, including, as we've stated many times before, getting bikers across the park safely. But we are definitely for solutions that work and not for solutions that target groups and pit two vulnerable groups against one another. We are also really saddened by the crash that happened this morning. I was in the park at that time. It's absolutely awful for those two people to have experienced that painful, scary crash, but this resolution would have done nothing to prevent it. Many crashes have happened in the park because of design flaws. And as one of your board members, Ian, said, in the years that have passed since getting the cars out, we haven't really shifted that at all. And we haven't shifted the use of the paths. And I'm really excited to hear that you're going to discuss that. So I just wanted to add a few things that I wondered if you could get onto your agenda for next month in that discussion, which would be data on the busiest pedestrian crossings in the park, recent data on where crashes have occurred since the car ban was put in place to see the hot spots, information on those technological capabilities of the lights, whether or not they can be turned on and off very easily, and then more communication with Central Park and the Conservancy. And I would like to see them listen more to the active transportation groups on these issues. I would urge you to vote no on this resolution and work to create a safer Central Park with thoughtful new designs for everyone.
Lisa, to the extent that the questions you mentioned, to the extent that data exist, those questions are certainly relevant to the discussion that we will have in our joint committee on June 15th about the signaling and whether it is optimal signaling to achieve optimal results. But let's move on to Andrew Rosenthal. Andrew.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. I'm going to speak against the resolution. I believe the proposed resolution is discriminatory. By asking the police to enforce laws against one group of people while ignoring lawlessness by another group of people. It cites walking as an essential means of exercise, but ignores the fact that for many people who can't afford a Peloton or a gym membership, or who don't live in a fancy building with a gym, that cycling is essential to them. In fact, many of the bicyclists in Central Park are commuters and delivery folks. Dr. Cameraman was killed because of lack of safe accommodation of cyclists. As a cyclist, I am frequently endangered by pedestrians jaywalking, usually without even looking for oncoming traffic. More recently, I also encounter runners in the middle of the road while social distancing. Why are we not also asking for more enforcement of these laws? In many sections of the park, walkers can utilize underpasses and completely avoid all-wheel vehicles. The reverse, unfortunately, is not the case for cyclists. The last thing New York City needs now is more discriminatory over-policing. Please vote no on this well-intentioned but flawed resolution.
Jonathan Lindenbaum, please. Jonathan, you there?
Yes, I'm there. All right, I'll just read what I have written down. And for the record, I'm speaking against the resolution as well. I resent the implication that bicyclists have no problem with bikers who violate the rules when it is clear that some rules, like the persistence of a full 47 streetlights on a road that is supposed to have no cars on it, are fundamentally not designed to be compatible with everything we know about bike practice. Today's death is a tragedy, and it was an avoidable tragedy, but I can't honestly say, as Ken pointed out, that I'm surprised that there was a car involved. Conflicts between pedestrians and cyclists in Central Park are going to keep happening so long as they are both asked to share a road that hasn't been adjusted to suit either group. The solution to this has to be a real physical separation of the biking running paths beyond just paint on the ground, because that's clearly not working. Someone recently, I forgot their name, on the community board pointed out that it's not okay for bikers to just dip into the pedestrian lane if they see that it's clear. And that's entirely correct. But enforcement is never going to prevent that entirely, but bollards totally can. Central Park Drive must be redesigned to accommodate everyone. Otherwise, I don't know what we're talking about here. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Elizabeth, did you want to add anything?
No, I think we're good. I think just making sure folks have heard sort of all sides of this. Again, making sure we wanted to make sure this came for a vote tonight. And we've heard, what Susan and Barbara have put forward. And I think we need to put this forward for a vote.
Okay, so I had written in the chat, I'm proposing an amended resolution that I wrote in chat. I'm happy to read it as well if people don't have access to chat.
Where is it in the chat, Rich? What time?
I posted it at 9:22 p.m. So you can scroll up to get to 9:22 p.m. And here my objective is to make it more effective and to really say that we want them to focus on the dangerous activity that's endangering pedestrians.
Excuse me, can I say something?
No, I was talking.
Can I say something? Elizabeth, Clary, can I talk for a second?
Well, I think, I'd like to have Rich finish what he has to say, Susan, and then we'll turn to you, if that's all right.
Sure.
And my objective here is really to focus on dangerous activity while trying to avoid the ticketing blitzes that we've seen in the past that ticket the wrong cyclists in the wrong locations at the wrong times and do absolutely nothing to protect safety. I'm done.
Okay, I certainly haven't had a chance to absorb your message yet, but Susan, do you want to speak to it?
Yeah, I'd just like to say that during the committee meeting, people who were opposed to the resolution spent a lot of time trying to rewrite the resolution to weaken it and water it down. And ultimately, the resolution was voted on and passed at the committee level. And I think that the resolution that was voted on at the committee level should go forward to the full board for a vote. I don't agree with the amendment that Rich is proposing. I don't know if Barbara does. I don't think so.
Okay, and I have to say, as I'm now seeing as I'm now seeing the primary change that Rich has made in his, in the last clause, CB7 is calling on the police and parks and PEP to increase enforcement of dangerous
They need to
behavior
call
by
for
cyclists
redesign. Like, there's not really an
and
alternative.
drivers to promote pedestrian safety. I think the silent subtext of that is bicyclists can continue to go through red lights all the time.
Oh, come on. That's
And I do not support the sort of negative implication that it's fine for cyclists to decide what's dangerous and when they need to stop at red lights and when they can go on pedestrian paths. Which is not a friendly amendment. It's not a friend, in my view. Elizabeth?
Yeah, you just missed a really unfair criticism in me speaking.
It's not friendly. And also if we could ask people to please mute their phones, if possible, that would be great.
All right, Mark, do we need to, so your proposal?
We have had more than enough discussion on this. There's a substitute resolution on the floor. To address Susan, the way that our rules work is that when someone proposes a substitute resolution, you take a vote on it. So, and so that's the procedure that we've all agreed upon and used. So that's what we're going to do. I don't want any more discussion on it. I think Clary accurately summarized what Rich is proposing. And so this is a procedural vote to see if this resolution will be substituted for the resolution that we've been talking about up till now.
So Mark, so we're clear, this vote that we're about to take is whether to substitute this resolution. It is not to vote yes or no on Rich's resolution. It is voting on whether we substitute this one from the one that's before us. Is that correct?
That is my understanding, but I want to turn to Shelley as our parliamentarian to make sure I get it right.
Okay, it's not correct.
Oh,
When you have a substitute motion, if the substitute motion passes, then that is the motion. Okay, that is the motion that passes. If the substitute motion fails, then we revert to the original motion for vote.
So, so Shelley, to be clear, we were.
It's not an amendment.
We're
What's
voting.
No, absolutely not an amendment. That's right.
We're
And could I just add that I want to make sure every board member who's voting tonight knows if we're doing this. We are first voting on Rich's proposal. If that gets voted yes or no, then we move to the original resolution that we've been talking about for the last hour and a half.
Well, I think not quite, Elizabeth. I think what Shelley was saying is we vote on Rich's resolution, but we're voting not just to substitute it, but to adopt it. If it's adopted, we're done. If it's not adopted, we vote on the original one, and that is either adopted or not adopted.
Correct.
So, but you need to understand that if you vote for Rich's resolution, you're not just voting to substitute it and talk about it, you're voting for it. Okay, all in one fell swoop.
Okay,
So,
can you please,
Can we call the question?
can you please state Richard's resolution again? Because that's
Sure.
a different way to
But I'm going to
approach
do
it.
that. Let me do that. Rich, is it correct that the whereas clauses are the same?
No, it is not.
Okay.
For the whereas, I just took out pedestrians and made neighborhood residents, because the use of the park by neighborhood residents is an essential means of recreation, exercise, and respite from the need to isolate at home. That's not limited to pedestrians.
Rich, I would accept that change as friendly if Elizabeth would. I mean, as
Yes, I would have accepted
that
as
change.
friendly.
Okay, we accept that change. So the other change you made is in the therefore clause, and that's the one that we do not accept as friendly.
Correct.
So Rich, why don't you read that?
Okay. Some cyclists and drivers in Central Park fail to respect pedestrians on paths and the loop road, such as by failing to stop at red lights when pedestrians are crossing, failing to yield, riding recklessly too fast for conditions. And again, that was changed from speeding because speeding is not enforceable, and riding on pedestrian-only paths when pedestrians are present. This conduct places pedestrians at risk.
So you've
Therefore-
made some language changes in that paragraph.
Yes. Yeah, and
the one that's
again,
really
I made it
different-
so that it's enforceable and it's focused on the behavior that's putting.
You know what? Let's not comment. Let's just read it, please.
Therefore, be it resolved that CB7 Manhattan calls on the New York Police Department and Parks Enforcement Patrol to increase enforcement of dangerous activity by cyclists and drivers to promote pedestrian safety.
All right, we're ready to vote. We're going to vote on whether this resolution should be
Well,
adopted. Period.
Correct.
Correct.
Right.
Substituted and adopted.
This is what I'm going to do.
How you
Susan
gonna-
asked a question on chat, which is why is speeding enforceable for cars and not bikes? And this is something we regret and would love to see changed. But what the police told me is that the courts have thrown out speeding tickets for bikes because bikes don't have speedometers.
Okay, you know what? These are points, I'm sorry. These are points that have been made. We're calling the question. So, so they're calling the question, as Clary said, on the substitute resolution. And I'm just going to do a roll call vote because we want to get this done. I think this is the fastest way. So please be ready to answer. Barbara Adler.
I vote no.
Thank you. Jay Adolph.
No.
Thank you. Andrew Albert.
No.
Thank you. And Linda Alexander.
Nope.
Rosa Arenas.
Abstaining.
Thank you. Richard Ash. Richard?
Not on.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Stephen Brown.
I'll abstain.
Abstain. Thank you. Elizabeth Caputo.
No.
Thank you. Cindy Cardinal.
No.
Thank you. Josh Cohen.
Abstain.
Thank you. Christian Cordova.
No.
Ken Coughlin.
Yes.
Thank you. Paige Cowley. Paige Cowley. Sorry, I'm not sure if you're here. I'm going to come back to you. Louisa Craddock.
No.
Catherine DeLazaro.
No.
Mark Diller abstains. Bev Donahue.
Abstain.
Robert Espier. Robert, are you with us? Second call. Lolita Farron.
I say Lolita.
Lolita. Second call.
Abstain.
Shelley Fine. Abstain. Thank you. Shelley Fine.
No.
Lolita abstains.
I'm sorry, was that?
No.
Thank you. Paul Fisher. Julian Giordano.
Abstaining.
What?
You abstains?
He abstained.
Madeline Innocent.
No.
Madeline, you still with us? No. Thank you. Audrey Isaacs. I don't see Audrey. Kay Carpin had to go police they're asking for clergy to help with the protesters. So Godspeed to him. Natasha Cosme.
No.
Doug Kleiman.
Abstain.
Thank you. Blanche Lawton, are you with us? Sarah Lind.
Yes.
Doug McGowan is not with us. Courtney Clark Matakis.
Yes.
Thank you. Ira Michnick.
Yes.
Thank you. Clary.
No.
William Ortiz.
No.
Michelle Parker. Thank you.
No.
Seema Reddy.
Abstain.
Thank you. Andrew Ridgey.
Abstain.
Thank you. Rich Robbins is.
Of course.
Yes, of course. Madge Rosenberg.
No.
Melissa Rosenberg.
Abstain.
Thank you. Where are we? Peter Sampton.
Yes.
Thank you. Meg Schmidt is not with us. Susan Schwartz.
No.
Yep. Roberta Seamer. Come back. Ethel Sheffer had to leave. Polly Spain, you with us?
No.
No. Irena Stennett
No.
and Howard Yaris.
Yes.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have only 7 yes votes. I didn't tally all the no's, but that tells me that the substitute resolution did not pass.
So you guys, with the
Is everyone
secretary-
willing to accept that?
Yeah.
Yes.
With the
Thank you.
secretaries, you'll figure out the exact vote later.
Yeah, we will.
And Clary, I would like before we do the vote on the final resolution, that we read it with the friendly amendment that we put in from Rich.
That's a great-
So everybody please listen and please tally your vote accordingly. Thanks.
There's only one change, which is we accept it as a friendly amendment. Do you want to read it, Elizabeth?
I think you probably have the, if
Or
you,
do you just want to read the change?
I think the entire resolution needs read quickly one time with the friendly amendment in it, so everyone can listen to exactly what they're voting on right now. It's 9:48, people are tired. If you don't have it, I can do it, but
I've got it, but Mark, is that okay with you?
Yeah, please, my computer is not behaving well, so please do it.
Okay, so I'll do it quickly. It's reg enforcement in Central Park. This resolution is based on the following facts. During the COVID crisis, use of Central Park by pedestrian, what was it, neighbors?
I think we said neighborhood residents.
Neighborhood residents, that's the change. By neighborhood residents is an essential means of recreation, exercise, and respite from the need to isolate at home. Cyclists and other vehicles in Central Park sometimes fail to obey traffic laws and regulations, such as failing to stop at red lights, failing to yield, and failing to observe the legal speed limit. And there are also cyclists who ride on pedestrian-only paths. This conduct places pedestrians at risk. Therefore, be it resolved that Community Board 7 calls on the New York City Police Department and the Parks Enforcement Patrol to increase enforcement of violations by cyclists and other vehicles of traffic laws and regulations and park rules to promote pedestrian safety. That's how it is now with the friendly amendment in the first paragraph.
Okay, we're calling the question.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, please be ready to answer. We're going through the roll call. Barbara Adler,
Yes.
Jay Adolph,
Yes.
Andrew Albert,
Yes.
Linda Alexander,
Yes.
Rosa Arenas.
Abstaining.
Thank you. Richard Ash,
Yes.
Stephen Brown.
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure who you're talking to. Elizabeth Caputo,
Yes.
Cindy Cardinal.
Yes.
Thank you. Josh Cohen,
Yes.
Christian Cordova,
Yes.
Ken Coughlin,
No.
Paige Cowley. Second call. Louisa Craddock. Louisa Craddock.
Unmute.
Louisa Craddock, are you unmuted? Catherine DeLazaro.
Sorry.
Whoops. I'm sorry, Louisa, I spoke over you. What is it?
Yes.
Thank you. Now Catherine DeLazaro.
Yes.
Mark Diller abstains. Bev Donahue,
Yes.
Robert Espier. I think we missed him. Lualita Farron,
Yes.
Shelley Fine,
Yes.
Paul Fisher, we're probably still not, okay. Julian Giordano,
Abstaining.
thank you. Matt, I'm gonna call Amy Hyman, but I don't think she's here. Madeline Innocent,
Yes.
thank you. Audrey Isaacs, I think we lost her. Kay Carpin, I know we've lost. Natasha Cosme,
Yes.
thank you. Doug Kleiman,
Yes.
Blanche Lawton. I think we lost Blanche. Sarah Lind,
Abstain.
thank you. Doug McGowan is not with us. Courtney Clark Matakis,
Yes.
Ira Mitchnick,
Abstain.
Clary Newell,
Yes.
William Ortiz,
Yes.
Michelle Parker,
Yes.
Seema Reddy,
Abstain.
Andrew Ridgie,
Abstain.
Rich Robbins,
Yeah, you know, I can't vote against a safety resolution. It's just too flawed, so I'm abstaining.
thank you. Madge Rosenberg,
Yes.
Melissa Rosenberg,
No.
thank you. Peter Sampson,
Yes.
Meg Schmidt's not with us. Susan Schwartz,
Yes. Yes. Yes.
yeah, thank you. Roberta Seamer, I don't think is with us. Roberta?
I think she's gone.
Yep, I think so too. And Ethel Sheffer is gone. Polly Spain,
Yes.
Irena Stennett,
Yes.
and Howard Yaris.
Abstain.
1, 4.
Mark, I'm speaking to Blanche. She's having technical issues. She's a yes. You can take that for as you like.
9. I'm sorry, Blanche is a yes?
Yeah, there's a witness.
Do I have your permission to record that vote?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. So I didn't tally the yeses, but there were only 9 abstentions or noes. I'll confirm that. Well, I'm sorry. Let me just confirm that. 1, 2, 3.
Sarah posted 28-9.
Yes. 7.
Mark, I counted 26 yeses, 2 noes, and 9 abstentions.
It's 28-9.
Nine.
I'm sorry, what did you get?
I got 28-90.
I got the 2 and the 9, so I'll accept the 28, but in any event, it obviously passed.
So thank you, everybody, and we invite you to come to our joint, Elizabeth and Howard and Meg and I invite you to come to our joint meeting at the venue of the Parks Committee on this very Zoom platform on June 15th to talk
Thank you.
about the signaling.
Thank you. There is one elected official who has patiently waited to speak to us, so we're going to call on State Senator Brad Hoylman to ask him to unmute and join. Welcome to CB7, and then we'll continue with our agenda. Brad, you're up.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Mark. I'll be so brief. Just wanted to say hello. Challenging times, we all know it. Went to Albany last week, passed a bunch of COVID-19 bills, passed 4 of them, one that would make a prospective COVID-19 vaccine more widely available in pharmacies. I passed legislation that would allow the Attorney General to crack down on price gouging by companies and profiteers who are ripping off the state as well as hospitals. I passed legislation, what we call the Tenant Safe Harbor Act, that will protect tenants from being evicted from their homes during the course of the COVID-19 if they have an inability to pay during the actual quarantine period. And finally, I passed legislation that would extend the Child Victims Act. You probably heard from Assemblymember Linda Rosenthal, a bill that she and I have been working together. We extended it for a whole nother year. And then next week, we're hopefully going back to address some of the egregious racial disparities that we've seen in our criminal justice system, particularly police brutality. And I have a bill that I'm hoping to see voted on next week, which is called the Police Stat Act, which would require municipalities to, believe it or not, they're not required to do this, to collect data on information involving misdemeanors, who's committing them, who's being charged with them. Are there racial disparities? We believe there are, but the information isn't available for us to understand that. As well as, believe it or not, there is not the requirement that local police forces report to the state whether an individual has died in custody, which is obviously very relevant to the incredible outpouring of concern that we've seen over the last few days, not just in Minneapolis, but of course here in the city. And legislation equally important, such as banning chokeholds, repealing 50A, which protects police records from the public and the press and public officials, creating an independent inspector general for our police forces, and other bills that we're looking at. So that's what we're working on. It's a fast moving environment, which we find ourselves. I want to thank everyone for their for staying strong. I know that times are difficult in terms of our families, our health, our unemployment, our tenancies. We're doing what we can in Albany to make that a little better. If you have suggestions, ideas, concerns, wishes, in terms of trying to get your unemployment insurance still, please reach out to my office. Jacob Priley, who's on the Zoom with me, is my amazing colleague who's been doing such great work in connection with that. Thank you so much. Was out marching earlier today, went to Stonewall, spoke, got criticized for speaking, but that's, I guess, part of my job. And then marched again, went up to Times Square, and was with Controller Scott Stringer just earlier. but it's been incredibly moving to see so many people marching, mostly peaceful, some violence, of course, as you know, and the looting. I wish the police would move some of their efforts on scrutinizing the protesters to perhaps protecting storefronts. That would be, to me, a good redeployment of resources, because I think the protesters are doing pretty well by themselves as far as what I have seen. So thank you very much. Good to see everyone. Stay strong.
Thank you, Senator. The next item that we're going to be talking about is one that was omitted from your materials. My computer, it's a transportation resolution and has to do with MTA funding. My computer is on the fritz, I'm sorry to say, so I can't share the screen and show it to you. I did email it to every board member before the meeting, so if you have it, please pull it out.
Hi.
Is there someone who can pull up that resolution? Howard, can you pull it up on your screen?
No, I can't do it on the screen. Sorry.
Can someone who has that ability pull it up on their screen?
Yeah, I'll get it.
Mark, if you let me share, I can do it.
You now have the power to share, Christian. So if you can please share screen and pull up that resolution so that everybody has it in front of you. This is a resolution having to do with MTA funding. Thank you so much. And so Transportation Committee, take it away.
Yeah, well, we are obviously very concerned about the future of mass transit as the city comes back, as it will. And in fact, at our meeting next week, and I encourage as many people as possible to attend the meeting, we're going to have a forum on this with different experts and a DOT representative to discuss what the future is and what's going to happen. But we have our own resource on this issue, Andrew Alpert, and he has drafted a resolution which we all approve, calling on additional funding for the MTA. But I'll let Andrew discuss that because he wrote the resolution and knows probably more about this than anyone else.
Thanks, Howard.
Sure.
Thanks. Due to the late hour, obviously, I'm not going to read this whole thing, but the gist of it is that between the approximate 92% reduction in fare collection, the reduction in dedicated taxes that benefit the MTA, and so many other, and the additional cleaning that's necessary, and so many other things. The MTA, by McKinsey's estimates, is going to be $8 to $10.5 billion down by the end of this year. They have received some money from the CARES Act. It's not near enough, so we're asking for at least an additional $5 billion in the short term. Many transit systems around the country are experiencing the same thing, and they are asking for a much larger amount, as we, of course, will be asking and have advocated for. But the intense cleaning, the loss of fares, the loss of bridge and tunnel tolls, and the dedicated taxes is really creating a huge hole. And we want, the city relies on the MTA to come back. This is the economic engine that moves us. An additional sort of poke in the eye is that federal transit dollars are not distributed on ridership basis. We have 40% of all the riders in the entire country. We get 16% of the federal transit assistance. Something is way off there. And so this resolution, in addition, asks for the U.S. Department of Transportation to fix that formula so New York gets what it's owed. But that's it in a nutshell. And some good news, next Monday, service will be resuming, not overnight, but some of the service that was lost since May is coming back. I think the B, the W, and the Z will be back, and much more frequent service will be back as the city tries to rebuild. Oh, and I might add, now we are cleaning stations, at least every surface in a station at least once a day, and cars multiple times a day. So I laughingly said they might want to use a slogan that ride in confidence. We clean all our surfaces more often than you clean all your surfaces. So obviously they have to do things. They might be instituting apps to tell you how crowded your train is going to be. in advance. I don't believe a reservation system will at all work in New York. One of the beauties of our system is you go and you ride. And many people have said that, but I believe that they're going to do everything they can to make people feel comfortable.
Fantastic. This is an incredibly important resolution. And the fact that I'm going to ask if it's possible to call the question right now does not in any way comment on the importance of the resolution, but rather the lateness of the hour. And I want to make sure we get a vote on this. Does anybody object to me calling the question?
No.
Nope.
Can we all give Andrew a big thank you for such an expert job and the, thank you. Well done.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
My inclination is to take a raise hands vote on this one rather than a roll call. So if you're voting in the affirmative, please raise your hand now. If you can't raise your hand virtually, then raise your hand physically and I'll call them out. So physical hands, I see Shelley. Me, I can't do it either.
Can't find my name. Oh, here we go.
Holly.
I've got Louisa. Once I call your name, you can put your hand down. Linda, you're already electronic, so you're fine.
Louisa.
Catherine DeLazaro, I have as a physical hand. And I don't see any other physical hands. If you didn't raise your hand.
Polly Fang.
Polly, hi there. Thank you, Polly. I'm sorry, what is your vote?
Yes.
Yes, okay, so that's
Also
5.
Richard Ash.
Richard Ash, I have now. Thank you, I see.
Richard Robbins. I'm a yes.
Rich Robbins is a yes. Thank you. So I have 25 plus 7 is 32. Did I miss anybody? No. So please roll your hands. Okay, raising hands, anybody for no? I don't see any. Raising hands for abstaining, please. I don't see any. And nobody's ineligible. So I have 32 to 0 to 0 to 0. Thank you. The next and I believe last piece of business is YEL having to do with the DOE budget. Is it Stephen who's going to take that?
Yeah, so I'll take it.
Thank you.
I'll note that I was very sad to see I was last, knowing that this would not be an early conversation, but because of that, I will endeavor to be efficient as well in consideration, and I'll present Blanche as many people hopefully know as my co-chair, and she's having some tech issues, so if she can chime in as well, that would be great. Just to start out, my plan, Mark, is probably not to read this because it's become quite lengthy. I don't know, perhaps you can empower Christian to put it up so that we can save some time and turn it into multiple pages due to lots of edits. So
Christian, if you can, Christian, do you have it and can you pull it up?
Yes, give me a second.
Thank you so much. And go to the last page because that's where the therefores are. Thank you.
So just to multitask for everyone, I'll give a brief background. I'll give just a summary of what we tried to accomplish, and then we can answer any questions, and hopefully that will suffice. We had a great education committee meeting this month. We had Helen Rosenthal, who was a local council person. We had Kim Watkins, president of the CEC, for 3. They were very much involved in this process. So it was a spirited conversation in which everyone shared their thoughts. It was largely focused on education, and I think at the end of it, we felt like it was that it would be a good time for both the committee and CB7 just to make a general conversation about education. Obviously, there's lots of concerns. I'll start out by just focusing, because hopefully this could get in front of any issues, and I know there was a mention earlier about something. Let me tell you what it was, and then I'll also tell you what it wasn't, and maybe that'll get in front of some things. We wanted to talk about education. That was the focus. We wanted to make a macro conversation, meaning we just wanted to speak to it in a larger picture. What we didn't want to get into was specific programs. We weren't going to start cherry picking programs and highlighting them. We felt we could do that in the future, and perhaps in our statements in the future. It was not focused on youth. I know I've heard summer youth programs mentioned. We did not focus on that for multiple reasons. One was we wanted to make it about education. Number two is not everyone on perhaps the board knows, but we did send a letter earlier on specifically about that to support those. And number three is that is the subject of our June meeting. So we're going to focus much more on youth. We've already asked Alexander Betancourt, who is one of the directors of DYCD, to bring it. We think it's a bigger issue. It was too big to put together. This has already gotten to 3 pages. My preference is 1 page. So it was not specific and it was much more focused on education. We're trying to put as many forward. Shelley, that's a great yawn you got there.
Okay.
I'm sorry I'm boring you, but I'm trying to get through it.
No, it wasn't boring.
Oh, I don't take it personal.
It's
We're all
4:30 in the morning.
punch drunk at 10:15, so I teased you a little. So that's kind of where we're at. The crux of what we tried to accomplish was really 3 things. One was just to acknowledge we've got a problem with budgets, and specifically we focus on education. So just acknowledging it, that this is a big problem. 2 is we did point out specifically equity as a specific problem, because when you have a larger problem, equity gets exacerbated in the city. So there's a provision around how equity becomes an issue within that. And then we really called on, the focus is on calling on 2 different distinctive audiences. One was to the state and particularly the governor to hopefully either reconsider the budget cuts. As a little bit of background, if you look at the history, we're underfunded from the state. When you start cutting, it becomes a geometric sort of undercutting. So we've had problems already, and it just asked him to relook at this and to caution any future cuts. And then the last part and the third audience was specifically to the mayor and the chancellor, and to really encourage and emphasize to minimize the cuts to the students in the classroom, that if cuts need to be made, that should be last, and to maximize as much as possible administrative, whether it be duplicative or inefficiencies. It's not necessary to say that those are not important things, but if we're going to cut, let's cut there as much as we can. Let's put all our money towards our students as much as we can. So that's a quick summary. It's in front of you. I'm not going to read it. If somebody wants me to read it, go ahead. I think it speaks to a lot of those issues. I'll pause for a moment if there's any questions. Let me just ask Blanche, is there anything you want to add? And if you can unmute, we'll give you a few seconds, although I know it's been a little challenge.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes.
Oh, you can. Great. No. Steve, you've already said that the issue of youth as opposed to education as an academic exercise will be taken up in June. Some of our committee members felt that there was a bit of an overlap between how we serve our youth and the classroom exercise of education. We'll try and blend those in June. The feeling being that the educational process takes place not only in the classroom setting, but outside of the classroom as well. So we will take that up in June.
Great.
Did anybody hear me?
No, we heard you. Great, Blanche. Thanks for clarifying that.
Steve, I have a question if you have a moment.
Sure.
So I noticed in your first resolve that you're calling on the president and Congress. Is it your intention that this resolution would then be sent to the New York congressional delegation as my resolution is intended to be sent?
Candidly, I hadn't thought of that as where we would go or not go. I'm certainly open to that, but I had not taken that into consideration, and certainly would do so if that's what you want us to do.
Since you're calling on Congress and the president, I think that would make some sense.
I agree.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay, so there are some hands up. I know that Ira mentioned this earlier in the meeting, and your hand is up, Ira. So Mark, I don't know if you're back to controlling it, if you want to hand it to Ira.
Ira can unmute himself. Go right ahead.
Yeah, very quick question. We have a July meeting, right?
June meeting.
Yes. We have a July full board.
Sorry?
We have a July full board meeting, yes.
Okay, so Steve, promise that we'll have a resolution for the July meeting on youth?
The intention is to have a resolution on the youth.
Okay.
Everyone-
Because I don't see
as you know,
Madeline
all
here,
our
but I think
meetings, if
she'd
we
be
all
glad.
vote and everyone wants to put a resolution forward, then we do, and that's the process that I do. I can't promise that everyone, I don't know why they wouldn't, but if everyone doesn't want to do it, it's a collaborative process.
Okay. I'm sorry that is Madeline still here? I don't see her, so I would have liked to hear her continue on what she was discussing earlier, because I think it's important. So other than that, this is the lengthiest resolution that I've seen come out of education since I've been on the board, which is a good thing. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I don't see, look, I want to be respectful of time. I don't see any other hand raisings. We can be very formal. Does anybody want to raise their hand, or does anybody want to call the question?
Call the question.
Okay.
Question's been called. I'm going to do this one by the show of hands method again, please. So all those who are able to raise your hand electronically, please do so. I will meanwhile count the physical hands. I see Richard Ash. I see Polly Spain. I see Mark Diller.
Ellie
I see
Fine.
Shelley Fine. Thank you. Catherine, is that your hand? Oh, there it is. Okay, that's 5. Going to the next page. I don't see any more physical hands on the next page. Say again?
Rich Robbins.
Rich Robbins, thank you. I don't know why I can't see you. Okay, that's all I've got, plus 27. So I have 6 plus 27 is 33. Okay, all hands are lowered. Anybody voting no?
Oh, let me lower hands.
I did lower hands. So starting now, please vote. Anybody voting no? I don't see any physical hands either. So it looks like a 0 to me. Anybody abstaining? Please raise your hand one way or the other right now. I don't see any. Does anybody else see any? Looks like we got 33,000. Thank you very much. There are a couple of folks in attendees who I believe want to speak. And so I'm going to look at, is Jolie Golden still with us?
Hi, Mark, I'm here.
All righty, please go ahead. Jolie Golden from the US Census.
Hi, everyone. It's great to see you. Thank you for your public service and your incredible dedication. I want to update you on a little bit of what's going on with the census. We are currently at over 60% of self-response nationally. That means over 60% of people have self-responded to the census. How does that play out in New York State? We are at 55.6%. In Manhattan, we are at 52.6%. You can respond online, by phone, or by mail. People are overwhelmingly responding online. So of that 60.5%, roughly 49% responded online, 10% by paper, and less than 1% by phone. If you do not respond, or your neighbor doesn't respond, or your mother doesn't respond, by late July, early August, we will be sending people out in the field to knock on doors starting August 11th. So that's a really important date to know, that August 11th, we will be knocking on doors. We are training people virtually and a little bit in person using social distancing. If you know people who may have been looking for a census job, they will be, odds are they could be called in the next few weeks for training in July. So that's happening. In terms of where your district is responding, the highest response rates are between 89th and 97th streets between Central Park West and Amsterdam. But overall, the district is responding at 15 to 20% less than it responded in 2010. So there is plenty of room for growth and for people to take action to help ensure that everyone on the Upper West Side and in the district is counted. I don't think I need to tell the people on this call how important the census is, not just for the division of federal funding, but for representation, but also for planning. For the next 10 years, we will live with this count. Pandemic or not, we will endeavor to account everyone once, only once, and in the right place where they live most often. If you know people, like Gail Brewer said, who are temporarily relocated, please tell them to count themselves where they usually live in New York City. It's super important for emergency funding, for hospitals, for healthcare. That's where we're going for the next 10 years. And hopefully everyone is counted. And thank you for helping to encourage your neighbors to be counted, your houses of worship to be counted. And please encourage anyone who's looking to partner with the census to contact me. We are eager to be helpful. Thank you.
Jolie, what's the website?
The website is 2020census.gov.
Thank you.
Census.gov.
And please put your email in the chat, so if anybody does want to take you up on that offer, that they can do so.
Sure.
Thank you, Jolie. Is Michelle Lee from the library with us?
Hi there. Yes, I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Thank you so much for hanging in. Go ahead.
Okay, great. So welcome. I am the young adult librarian over at the Riverside Library, and I'm sitting here tonight just to kind of give you an update on what's going on with the New York Public Library and just to let you know about what we're doing. Right now, all the New York Public Library locations are still closed due to to prevent COVID-19 spread. And because of the ever-changing situation of the public health crisis, the library feels it's best that we keep our reopening date open-ended. It's still a little bit too soon to know what reopening might look like, but the library leadership is looking to take various options and safety precautions. We're going to continue updating patrons on our activities and resources via our website, nypl.org, the NYPL Connect newsletter, and on social media. All the individual branches also have their own individual social media accounts. So the Riverside branch has its own Facebook and Twitter. I can email you this, and I'll also dump this information in the chat as well. So basically, while the libraries are all still closed, we do ask the public to keep all the current items that they have checked out, and all the physical items that are currently checked out will be automatically renewed electronically, and all the late fees will be suspended. One of my colleagues actually walked by the Riverside Library and noticed some people had dumped some of the books in our doorway. So if you do know anyone who has materials, just tell them to keep it home until we reopen. Advocacy right now is underway, and all three library systems are working hard to remind elected officials that we are an important community resource. We would greatly appreciate patrons to share their love for the libraries at the Libraries Make NYC Stronger website and via virtual Post-it notes. In the meantime, the New York Public Library is offering a lot of digital services. So with the Riverside Library, we are having a virtual book club meetup on June 24th for reading The Time Machine by H.G. Wells. We also recently had a virtual story time for kids posted up on our social media page, and I will include the link for the main page where every week there is a new story time for kids virtually done. We will also, throughout the summer, we will be doing some virtual summer reading events for teens and children. We do have on the main website a COVID-19 resource page. So if you do have anyone who is interested in more information about food security, housing and tenant rights, health and wellness, and financial information, there is a separate webpage for that with all the links there. The people can still borrow things virtually. We have ebooks that are available. We also have the Simply E app. So if there are people who still want to get a library card, they can get a digital card using their smartphone via the Simply E app, which they can use on Android and Apple devices. Online, if you have your card, you could also access online databases as well. We have access to databases like JSTOR, Ancestry, Flipster for magazines. We have access also to a number of newspapers. For those who have kids who are in elementary to high school, we do have a new virtual online tutoring program called BrainFuse. So during the daytime, they can actually get one-on-one digital help with a digital tutor on a variety of different subjects: math, science, social studies, Spanish. The New York Public Library is still doing some digital programming for our 125th anniversary. And we had recently released the 125 kids books that we love list. And we are also still doing a lot of virtual one-on-one counseling as well. So there's one for college and career pathways for high school students who need help with trying to figure out what they want to do when they go to higher education, or if they want to get career readiness help. That's done virtually and by the internet. We have 101 career resilience and job training assistance. So that is basically the people who are looking for assistance with trying to figure out what the next step is for their career, or if they want to attend some job assistance virtual trainings that's been going on virtual. So they can do a one-on-one appointment, or they can look at this Business Science and Industry website where we have a lot of online programming going there. There is also one-on-one personal financial coaching by phone and internet. And we also do have a separate page for small business owners. The New York Public Library has partnered with WNYC, the Get Lit program, for a radio book club. Their next meeting is taking place on June 30th to discuss The Glass Hotel. And also, given that everyone is kind of a little bit upended with the COVID-19 pandemic, we're not quite sure when the Bloomingdale Library will be open. And the other thing I was going to ask the board is, when we do eventually reopen, is there a particular preference for any of the libraries on the Gold Coast to be the ones to open up first, whether it's Riverside, St. Agnes, or Morningside Heights?
Michelle, I'm going to jump in here to say thank you for that. If there is a web page or a flyer that has the links to the things that you just mentioned, please send it to me and I'll make sure it gets on our website. The question about which one's first is going to be a proximity question, so I don't know that that's a fair question to put to us tonight, but we'll consider that. I see my colleague Seema Reddy has her hand up. I think that's for a question. So Seema.
Hi, I'm a big fan of the library, and I was wondering if you don't actually have a projected date for the opening of most of the branches. Can you tell us which phase, like 1, 2, or 3, the library openings would fall into?
Unfortunately, I do not know that.
Okay.
I had been told, we've gotten various talks. I've been told we can be anywhere from 2 to 4. So, but I haven't got anything definitive. And in terms of like reopening, I obviously don't, it's above my pay grade and decision making to figure out who would open first, but I just figured I'd ask the board in case there was any, if there are any comments or any opinions among them.
Got it, thanks.
Thanks very much, Michelle. Thanks for staying with us. I see I've got hands raised by Ian Clark, Wynn Armstrong, and Hannah Wienerman.
Sure.
And I see Julian is also still with us. So in that order, Ian Clark, please. Ian, do you have to try now to unmute yourself?
Got it. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, it's good to see everyone this evening. I'm talking about Riverside Skate Park, of course. Construction was paused due to the COVID situation on March 21st. We're looking forward to the construction restarting with Governor Cuomo's stage 1 of the reopening, starting Monday, June 8th. We understand skate parks themselves, they're currently closed and they will not be able to reopen anytime soon, but we would like to see the project completed. Just to go over the dates very briefly, construction started May 6th last year. Construction was paused, as I mentioned, on March 21st, and the planned completion was for mid-May. So long story short, the construction was paused at 85% of completion. We're looking forward to the remaining 15% starting up soon. That's everything. And again, good to see everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And just to remind our board colleagues, this is the skate park for which we approved or recommended the renaming with that emotional moment a couple of months ago. Thank you, Ian. Wynn Armstrong, can you unmute yourself, please, and join us? Welcome to CB7.
Thank you. Just to note, since the primary is June 23rd, that the lead dust, the bill strengthening the lead dust standards, which started out of the PS 163 issue, may or may not be taken up by the Senate or Assembly, depending on how they deal with it. But I wanted you to know, since it was covered in the West Side Rag, since I spoke on it and it was covered in the West Side Rag from your last meeting, that it is also co-sponsored by Danny O'Donnell as well as Senator Benjamin. And they're on the case. But whether it will, and I know that you all have it in front of you too. So just a reminder, since I'm not sure what's going to happen this summer with either you or much less the Assembly.
When and for the benefit of my colleagues, the steering agenda will include the bill that you're talking about.
It's Assembly 7635.
Yep, and A5.
Lead dust standards in the state, which go beyond the federal standards, which, as you know, are being rolled back right and left.
Thank you. Very good. Thanks, Wynn. I see Hannah Wienerman and Julian Della Porta. Hannah, try it now.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Hi. So thank you for quite a comprehensive meeting, and I'm hoping that everyone is staying safe and healthy and, emotionally and socially and spiritually healthy too. So just a few very quick things. The HEROES Act passed in the House. I know that seems like a while ago. We're still waiting on whether or not it'll pass in the Senate. We're hoping. There's a lot of really important funding things inside the HEROES Act, including money for the MTA and other federal transportation things. So we just are really hoping that passes. What's going on right now, Congressman Adler has long supported reforming police departments and tactics, including banning chokeholds. So the Judiciary Committee is about to announce hearing and federal legislation in the coming week regarding the use of force by police nationwide. So keep an eye out for that. Additionally, regarding your earlier conversation about Attorney General Barr, he has refused to appear before our committee for a second time this Congress. So the Judiciary Committee announced today that they're going to take the following steps to protect the integrity of the DOJ. So Chairman Nadler will introduce legislation to slash the budget of the Attorney General's personal office at DOJ by $50 million. The committee will hear testimony from DOJ whistleblowers and former department officials. These individuals are prepared to describe specific incidents of misconduct, as well as the unprecedented politicization of the Department of Justice under DOJ. So that's going to come up in the coming weeks. And then Chairman Nadler and other members of the Judiciary Committee are going to file an amicus brief in the case of United States versus Michael Flynn in the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia. So while there is so much happening right now, we're also keeping an eye on making sure that, we uphold the integrity of our departments of justice and of our government. The last thing I will say is that Mr. Nadler was hosting a town hall on Thursday. So some of you were at our teletown hall a few weeks ago. It seems like years ago, but a few weeks ago. So it'll be a call-in. He will be joined by Council Speaker Corey Johnson, as well as Assemblywoman Yuli New. I believe that there's going to be an additional guest or two announced soon. You could join the town hall by calling 1-833-380-0697, which I will put into the chat along with my contact information. If you have any federal concerns or legislative comments that you'd like to pass along to the congressman, feel free to call our office or send us an email. I'll put that website information as well. Thank you all and have a great night.
Thank you. That's Hannah Wienerman. I should have mentioned from Congressman Jerry Nadler's office, but I'm sure you got that. Julian, did you want to address? Julian Della Porta from Councilmember Helen Rosenthal's office. Julian, you do need to unmute yourself. Let's see. Oh, you are. No obligation to speak, but I just saw you there. While we're waiting for Julian, if there's anybody else who's in the attendees who wants to speak, please raise your hand now.
I think Nina.
I'm not hearing anybody. I'm not seeing any raised hands.
Mark, I think Nina wants to speak.
Who wants to speak? I'm sorry.
Nina Saxon.
Oh, where's Nina? Oh, I didn't see the raised hand. I'm sorry, Nina, please. Nina Saxon is from Comptroller Scott Stringer's office, and who is kindly joining us because Mike Stinson is on paternity leave. Nina, thank you for being with us.
I'm so welcome. I'm gonna be very brief. One, I just want to say I'm so happy and glad that I was able to be on this call. I cover Harlem for the comptroller, so I heard all your conversations, and I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, I truly appreciate this board and everything that this board is doing. On behalf of the New York City Controller, Scott Stringer, he was actually on 42nd Street in Times Square with Public Advocate Jamani Williams when they did like a visual with their one knee and they didn't speak, just in solidarity as to what everything is going on. I put the controller has a weekly newsletter that he has. I had put the link in the chat. Please share it widely. And if anything you are doing, and if it's anything that I can help, please let me know. I will be talking to the controller in the morning myself to talk about your resolutions that you put forth. And if you ever need my help, please don't hesitate to ask. Thank you so much. And it was a pleasure being on this meeting tonight.
Nina, thank you. And if I could just give a quick shout out. The comptroller has a website that collects information about COVID that is incredibly complete. I know that the West 64th to 67th Street block associations have an amazing one too. The comptroller's website on that issue is really very complete. And so I kind of got out of the business of trying to compete with that. So thank the comptroller for that.
I will do so.
I don't see any other hands raised or folks unmuting themselves. I do notice that I once again, oh, Shanna is with us. Oh, there's Shanna. Okay. And April, are you still with us? If April Adams from the Borough President's Office is still with us.
Yes, hello.
Hey, so let's take April and then Shanna, and then I think we'll probably be close to done, but I have one more piece of business for you.
No, luckily Gail already spoke for the Borough President's Office, but as always, please let me know if you all need anything. I'm always here to help.
Thanks so much, April. Shanna, thank you for joining us. Shanna is from State Senator Brian Benjamin's office. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Mark. I just want to thank Win Armstrong for playing a big part with Senator Benjamin's lead dust bill, and we are in full support, Win, of the lead dust bill, and hope it passes this session, and if not, we will definitely reintroduce it next year. Also, Senator Benjamin is in full support and the co-sponsor with Senator Bailey and Assemblymember O'Donnell's bill to repeal 50A. So he's in support of that. And two more bills. Senator Benjamin introduced a bill in the New York Senate to add falsely reporting an incident to the list of hate crime eligible offenses. And that doesn't have a Senate number yet, but it has an Assembly bill number of A3566. And the last bill is Senator Benjamin, along with Senator Bailey and Senator Parker, introduced into the New York Senate bill number S1137A that prohibits law enforcement officers from using racial and ethnic profiling. So, and the Assembly member is Rosny Bilshaw.
Thank you, Shanna.
Her name. Thank you.
Shanna, thank you. And please let the senator know that we'll be taking up S5615 for possible endorsement at our steering meeting later this month.
I'll let him know. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We do have one last piece of business, which will give me an opportunity for anybody else who wants to raise their hand to do so now or never. And that is, we need to approve the minutes from our last meeting. There were a couple of technical sort of grammatical changes that I caught, but otherwise the amazing job by our secretaries continues. So with full thanks to them, I would ask for a resolution.
So moved.
Can we do this by voice vote? Is there anybody who, will everybody just raise their hand physically on the chat right now? Thank you. Anybody opposed, please speak up. Any abstaining?
No.
So we're going to consider those minutes approved by acclamation. Thank you for that. And I don't see
Motion to adjourn.
I don't see any other hands. So unless there's unless somebody has a final piece. I'm going to say thank you very much for a long but very productive meeting with fantastic discussions on very important issues. I am in your debt. I thank you very much, and we'll get better at this.
Mark, Linda Alexander had her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Linda. I didn't see it. Linda, you have to unmute yourself.
And Josh Cohen has his hand up.
Okay. Where's Josh? Go ahead, Josh.
It was for the minutes to approve.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mark. Great job
Let's
tonight.
consider ourselves approved. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank
Good
you.
night,
Good
everybody.
night.
Our resolution 4700 is the greatest majority, greatest positive vote in the history of Community Board 7.
They won't believe it's us.
I think there was a bigger negative vote on Riverside South in 1992, Shelley.
Okay, that was negative. We're talking
was
about
negative.
positive.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right, y'all.
And
Thank you so
unanimous.
much.
And unanimous.
Very good.
Good stuff.
Stay safe, everybody.
Yes. Be well. Thank you all.